Namaste, welcome back to Sthita Pragna channel. You are watching AWS Cloud Practitioner exam guide video. And if you are already familiar with this channel, you know what kind of content I upload, and I upload content that helps people clear their certification exams. And in this video, we are going to cover the concepts that will be covered in this exam. When I say concepts, I'm not going to explain in depth uh, into these concepts. I am going to explain only those concepts that will be asked in the exam. If you're not familiar with the exam, exam asks you questions in four different domains, right? You can see those domains right here. So I split my content accordingly into four domains, right? And again, this is not going to be end-to-end explanation into each and every service. Here, I am creating this exam guide to help you clear the exam. If you want to learn everything, I would recommend you to actually use the AWS documentation itself. That is very helpful. I would recommend you to watch this maybe a week before your actual exam. If you already prepared from other sources, I would want you to come here, watch the entire video. It's like roughly 3 to 4 hours, not big, right? And it's free of cost. It's not like I'm asking you to pay money like YouTube, Udemy, and etc. It's all free, and I can guarantee you, whether you prepared from other places or not, if you only, even if you use just this video to prepare for your exam, that's more than enough. I can tell you that you will pass 100%. We used to have an old channel. We used to have exam question analysis videos on there where people used and passed 100%. Nobody failed that I knew by preparing from my material. So I can, with that confidence, I can tell you, if you watch this video, however I recommend, right? I didn't want you to skip and watch, or do 1.5 times or 3 times and then watch it and then complain in the comments saying that you didn't pass the exam. No. How I want you to watch this video is, when watching the video, make your own notes. Okay, don't ask me for a PDF of this one. I am not going to provide you. At the end of the these four, I'm going to give you. Actually, you know what? I will just show you that right now, which is a cheat sheet that I prepared. It's not big. It is just like 4 to 5 pages, which you can use. That you can download from the link that is provided in the description, and it's just to look at it for 10-15 minutes. Okay, that's not going to give you all the details that we cover in this particular video, but I'm going to provide that as the PDF, not the 900 pages that I'm going to use to go through this in this video. I won't give you, even if you ask me, and even if you say you'll pay me money, I'm not going to give you. Okay, the reason I don't want to do that is because I want you to watch the video, then make notes on your own. When you make notes on your own, you are going to learn more than to have a PDF and read through it. That's not going to work out. Second, watch the at least 2 times. I would recommend more, but at least 2 times. And then the third time, I want you to, so we will have 2 slides for each topic. First slide will only show the topic. Second slide will show the topic with explanation, right? The third time, I want you to pause on the first slide. By looking at the topic, I want you to write down your answer, or at least just say it, your answer loud, and then check it on the next slide. That way, you will know whether you are familiar with the concept or not. So I want you to do that. Follow these steps, and I will guarantee you will pass this exam 100%. Okay? Because I will show you in the next slide what are the different things that are covered as part of this exam. Domain 1, cloud concepts, 24% questions. Security compliance, 30%. Cloud technology services, 34. Building, pricing, and support. So right now I have prepared concepts. I think there are about 90 topics in here. Here we have about 230. Here we have about 40. So that brings us to, I think, this one about one. So far we have almost 500 topics. Okay. That's too many, but some of them are repeated. So I would say at least 400 topics. Now, you might be saying 400 topics. Do I have to? Well, once you start watching the video, you will see that it's not that hard. And I explain in such a way that you will remember it easily. Now, each domain is again split it into different tasks and the knowledge, what kind of knowledge you want to know as part of that particular task and skills you need to know. Okay, there are so many, I'm not going to go through each one of them, but what I want to show you is this one. If you want to prepare this on your own, these are the technologies and concepts that the question asks you from. So it's a never ending list, as you can see. These are not even services, just so you know. These are not services, most of them are not. When it says compute, compute under compute, you will get EC2, you will get Lambda, you will get Fargate, you will get Glue, etc. Under databases, you will get so many databases. You see it, right? So if you see the services, you can see how many services that it asks the questions. Now, out of scope, you don't have to worry about that, but this is, you see, right? How many services it asks you questions? You can prepare of all of these by going into the documentation and all, but trust me, when you start working on using AWS as a data engineer or anything like that, you won't use 90% of these services. For example, from the last how many years? 8, 10 years, I guess. I am only using handful of these services, right? You won't use outposts unless the company wants something like that. You won't use that. You won't use that. You might or might not use that. Even this, you might or might not use that. You might or might not use any of this. So going and learning most of these services for the exam doesn't make any sense. Uh, Being aware of them helps, but I wouldn't recommend. So you can go ahead and learn all of that on your own from Udemy, or Udemy just explains you. I have seen those courses. They explain you that stuff that is in documentation or white papers. So you would be better off learning from the documentation and white papers instead of those videos. They just outline. Right now you have Chat GPT. What you can do is um, have that white papers or documentation, copy each topic, paste it in Chat GPT and ask it a prompt saying like, I'm preparing for this exam. Uh, Prepare notes for me. Then it is going to give notes for you based out of those. So you don't even need those Udemy courses anymore. Okay. But you might be thinking, if I don't need Udemy courses, then why do you need your videos? Copy paste of topics that are out there right here. I am not covering each one of these topics like that. Instead, my topics are based off of real exam questions. Okay. So whatever you are going to watch, all the topics that you see are actually asked in the exams. Okay. Instead of question and answers, you won't have that. Instead, what I did is I gathered all the topics that are asked in those exams and then I prepared them accordingly. So that's how I ended up with 400 topics. So that's why I am very confident if you watch this video, as I just mentioned, you will pass the exam 100% and you are also going to learn these topics anyways. Got it? So that's the difference between what you will find out there and this. I say this as an exam guide, but more of this because you can you literally prepare for your exam using this video. Okay. And again, the awesome news is the video is completely free. Yep. Anything on this channel, it's going to be free. I'm going to not put anything behind payment. Nope. If you want to support me doing this content, you can become a member, paid member, or you can, donate to the PayPal link that I will provide. But again, only do that if you actually get something out of this channel, right? Like maybe land a job or learn something or clear the exam. Then, if you want to donate, donate. Otherwise, just forget about that even exists. Okay, I wouldn't even ask you to do that. But what I would ask you is do subscribe, like, and comment. That will help this video push to the masses. right? And it will tell the YouTube algorithm to show it in search results and all that awesome stuff. So that please do it so that other people will get to know about this video and then they'll get to watch it, prepare for the exam, pass it. Our goal is help each other. Let's make as many people upskill themselves and land a job. Right now, the market is not that great. So let's help each other out by doing these things. So that's about this one. And I said I promised I will show you the what is it? The cheat sheet. I will show you that in a minute. But before that, I good news for those Apache Spark developers or data engineers who is planning to move in that direction. I'm working on a course right now. I call it master class. I call it a master class for a reason because I'm preparing something that is like mother of all Spark courses. Okay. I'm splitting this master class into three categories. One is the beginner, another one is intermediate, another one is advanced. And in the beginner, I will cover pretty much all the basics of Spark, etc. How to ingest, how to transform. In the intermediate, you will learn about Spark streaming and how to deploy, how to do pipelines and whatnot. In the advanced, you will learn about machine learning and tuning and whatnot. But the difference between this course and the courses that are available online is each video will, at the end, you will have 15 quiz questions, multiple choice questions that will test you what you learned in the video. And it will also have 15 interview questions based on the topics that we cover in that video. And if there is any code in that video, then you will have something called classroom class classwork. What does that mean? Whatever code I have explained in the video, I'm going to put it at the end of the video in a PDF file, which of course it's free, where I want you to practice it hands on. This course is going to be full on hands on, and that's classwork. And then we are going to have a homework where we are going to have 15 questions, which are not, I mean, based on the topics that we cover in the video, we are going to have that. Of course, I'm going to provide the solutions, but I don't want you to look at the solutions until you write your own solution. So this is going to be there for all the videos. And guess what? I prepared this masterclass based out of about 15 to 20 books that are out there in market. I will maybe link it in the description, all those books. You can go ahead and practice it, but come on. Do you want to spend that much time going through 20, 25 books when I already did that and prepared the syllabus? No, right? So use mine. And another thing you will find different compared to other courses is I will show you Spark code in Scala. Sometimes I will show it in Python, PySpark. Sometimes I will show Spark SQL. Sometimes I will show Java. Sometimes I will show R as well. So you might be thinking, I'm not interested in all that. I'm only interested in PySpark. Guess what? Bad news. Not all companies out there which use Spark use one single language. Unfortunate, they can, but they don't. So you are limited in your job searches. Trust me, if you know PySpark, you can easily code in Scala. You can easily code in R, maybe not in Java, but you can pretty much code in other languages. Even SQL, not hard. All you need to do is put little effort and learn, and that's what I want you to do. Okay? Don't restrict yourself to, oh, I'm comfortable with PySpark, I don't want. No. Just spend little extra and learn others. Then you won't be limited to job searches. If you look at jobs, you will know that they will say, oh, we want PySpark in some jobs. They will say they want Scala in some jobs. They will say R in some jobs. But behind the scenes, it's still PySpark. So why limit yourself? Anyways, I'm not going to advertise that course much more than what is required. But um, let me know in the comments if you're interested for that course. The more people interested, the faster I will upload it. But expect it in the next 1 month. And let's check out the cheat sheet for this exam. Shall All right, here is the cheat sheet that I mentioned about to you guys. Okay, so this is like a cheat sheet, how a cheat sheet is supposed to be. It doesn't cover in depth like it would in the video that follows, but you can use this to just go through different services. And as I mentioned in our previous YouTube channel, when we had the exam question analysis, so many people asked for something like this, and I couldn't. Now here you go, and I'm giving it away for free. Okay, so use it appropriately. Don't think like you will only go through this cheat sheet and write the exam. If you want to do that, but don't come back and say like, oh, I failed the exams. You said you'll pass 100%. Well, not based out of the cheat sheet. I want you to watch the video. Got it? That being said, all the best. Don't skip the video. Watch it. Make notes and watch it multiple times. It's just 3 to 4 hours video. So I expect you to watch it multiple times before you write the exam. All the best. See you in the video.
All right, let's start with our domain one, which is going to be cloud concepts. And let me explain you about the format of the slides, how I'm going to present you. So this one, you can see there will be a numbering, and I gave that numbering so that it will be easy for you to ask questions in the comments. Whenever you have question about something, you can use the number. And again, the number resets for each domain. So domain one starts from 1 to maybe 100. Then domain two again starts from 1 to XYZ. Okay. The numbering is irrelevant here. I just provided it so that you can ask me questions easily in the comments. And number two, the first slide is going to just state something like this. Here you are seeing reliability pillar. You can guess that we are going to learn something about the reliability pillar. Um, and not all the time you will see something like this. You will see sometimes, in this case, what will you do? Or some, when will you use this? Or what's the best practice, etc. And as I mentioned in the introduction of this video, that I made these topics based off of real exam questions. Okay. So keep that in mind. I'm not giving you this so that you will learn everything about them. No, that's not the goal of this particular video. Um, because for cloud practitioner, there is nothing that you can use to prepare. It's just they test you basic knowledge of different services, and there are hundreds of services you already know, so nobody can go and study all of them. Uh, unless and until you are already working on it or using it. That's the expected uh, knowledge for this particular exam. But that being aside, just follow along this video, watch it multiple times from beginning to end, then you're good to go. Let's jump into this without any delay. Reliability pillar. Now, I want you to pause the video and then tell me what is reliability pillar, what are its principles. So each of the pillars has multiple principles, right? Tell me whatever comes to your mind. Okay. And then you will going to check it against when I explain you in the next slide. So this particular number one reliability pillar, AWS might ask you the same topic in two different ways. How? They might ask you a question something like this. Which one of the below is a principle of reliability pillar? That's one way to ask it. Another way they will ask is they will give the principle and they will ask you which pillar does this belong to. And trust me, you are going to get at least 4 to 5 questions from a well-architected framework. Um, don't worry about it. At the end of this video, I am going to give you a cheat sheet that explains you how to remember certain things or whatever I'm going to explain throughout the video there. But yeah, pause it. If you don't know, that's fine. Try based on the names. Let's check it. Reliability pillar. This again is one of the 6 pillars in the well-architected framework. What are the principles that are included as part of the reliability pillar? See this, it says reliable. What do you call reliable? Or you might have some friends, reliable friends, reliable people, you call them, right? What does that mean? When something happens, you can expect that they will help or they will do something or they will come to you, etc. Reliable, right? Same thing here as well. But regarding services that you are running or applications that you are running. So this pillar is all about the ability to automatically recover from failures. Of course, then you are going to call that application reliable, right? And then another principle is you stop guessing capacity, because that's the main benefit of using cloud. You don't guess capacity. Instead, you can use the elastic scaling, which we are going to learn in another slide. This gives you benefit of not guessing. If you have on-premises servers, obviously you have to guess. Based on your requirements on that day, you will guess, then you will buy a server. What if after 6 months that server is not enough? Then you have to again guess, buy another server. But with cloud, you don't have to do that. Why? Because you only pay for what you use. Do you want more capacity? Just change the settings. Then you will get more capacity. You don't want more capacity? Then scale it down. And that scaling as well, you don't have to do manually. You have so many tools. Okay, so that's about the reliability pillar. When you see automatically recovering from failures or stop guessing capacity, then remember reliability pillar. Got it? Now, variable expense. Variable means it changes. It's not constant. That's what you call variable expense. So why are we looking at this? This domain one is about cloud and its benefits. So one of the benefit of using cloud is because of its variable expense. Okay. By paying only for what you use, this is called pay as you go, right? Pay as you go. You might have already seen pay as you go with many things. Maybe like, uh, is it prepaid phone connection? Like you pay what you use for, not like, oh, monthly you are going to fixedly pay. No. So this cloud, any cloud, it follows pay as you go. You are only going to pay for what you use, not to own. You don't own anything, but you pay for what you use. If you use a server for 1 hour, you are only going to pay for that 1 hour, not for purchasing the server. Cloud enables you to trade. This is very important. They will ask you this question. Okay. On-prem, what do? You put upfront money, right? Nobody will give you a computer without paying money. So you are putting upfront money to buy a server on on-prem. But cloud, that's not how it works. You don't need upfront payments at all. I mean, there are some other options, some services where if you reserve something for certain years, and there if you pay upfront money, you are going to get deals, but that's a different topic. But cloud, you don't have to pay upfront. You won't have fixed expenses at all. Instead, you are going to switch that or trade it with variable expenses, right? That's where the variable expense comes. This is the benefit of cloud. You won't have any fixed expenses in the sense like you don't pay $1,000 for a server upfront. Instead, you will only pay for what you use, which eliminates the need to buy and maintain data centers upfront. Correct? You don't need to maintain data centers at all. You don't need to buy servers. You want to use today, your compute power is, let's say, 10 gig, right? 10 gig. Then tomorrow it is 20 gig. You don't need to buy anything. All you need to do is provision using on the cloud. So you are only going to pay for the variable expenses, not for the fixed. Plan and track migration. So this here we are talking about what service on AWS you are going to use to plan and track migrations from on-prem to AWS. Of course, this is what most of the companies does when they move to cloud, because they already have on-prem. On-prem in the sense you will have the servers in your company's location, whether it is an on-prem data center that they have, or maybe in their office room, whatever it is. This is the current setup, and they want to migrate to AWS. Now, to do this, you need to obviously plan. If you have 1, 2 servers, that's fine, but most of the companies have hundreds of servers. How are you going to do that? Manually, sure, you can do it, but obviously, when manual work is involved, people make mistakes. So, for the planning and tracking these migrations, what is the AWS tool that you use? Well, you use AWS Migration Hub. This inventories all the applications, servers, XYZ you have on your on-prem. Then it plans and it tracks the server and application migrations across multiple tools from one dashboard. You will just have one dashboard and it will show you all these things. So what is it? AWS Migration Hub, which you will use to plan and track migrations. Hands-on acceleration. What does this even mean? Well, let's see what it means. Sometimes some companies don't have skilled people in whatever they want to do when they migrate to cloud, right? Maybe they have people working on their on-prem technology servers, but now you are moving to AWS. You don't have the skills and you don't want to replace them with people who know stuff. They only want for this project to be migrated, they want to use something. But accelerate adoption means who helps accelerate this adoption from on-prem to who can do that? Well, when they ask you that question, your answer should be AWS professional services. These people, right? They engage on paid consulting project. Your company has to pay them obviously. Why? So that they can help you accelerate this adoption from on-prem to cloud. So as part of this, what do they do? Like security wise, best practices, migration, data, ML, etc. They plan and do everything. How? By working with your teams and partners. So when they talk about this, when they ask you a question, they will give you a couple of other options and you should be picking AWS professional services. They are there to do that. CAF. Just like WAF, well architected framework, there will be another thing that's called CAF. And this has pillars. This has this is cloud adoption framework, if I'm not wrong. These have perspectives. I guess even this has six perspectives. This has six pillars. And at the end of the video, you will see them listed one-liners for each one of this. So governance perspective, same thing. They might ask you two different kinds of questions on this. But as part of governance perspective, what are the goals? Well, whenever they ask you to organize and catalog data products in a data catalog and to enforce data management policies. You can see these, right? These are all part of governance. Remember that organizing and cataloging data products as well as enforcing data management policies comes under governance. That's why these goals are part of the governance perspective. They might ask you this and will ask these goals belong to which perspective, then you need to pick governance. And if they ask pick one of the governance goal, then you need to pick either of this. One-time large file migration. So this is your use case. You are working at a company and they want to migrate a large file, not, large files, billions of files, but just one time. What are you going to use? Well, let's see. You will use AWS Data Sync to transfer at scale with incremental parallelized checksum moves. If they ask question in different ways, for example, like they don't have the bandwidth to do this because data sync needs this transfers it online. But if they don't have enough bandwidth, then you would have to pick one of the Snow family devices. Those are like hard drives. AWS will send it to your company, then you will copy it, you will send it back. We'll talk about them, but in this use case, data sync, what it does is it incrementally. For example, if you want to use while you are doing migration, files might get generated, right? If you use a device, any new files that get generated, you will have to send it back again. But with data sync, it identifies incremental and it can transfer it parallelly, and it will also do the checksum. Like it will calculate a checksum of the file on the on-prem. Once it does the transfer, it will calculate the checksum again and it will compare and will be like, okay, you data sync migrated these files as is without any missing chunks. Reduce upfront cost, we already discussed about it, right? Cloud lets you trade fixed expense for variable. This is very important. Sometimes AWS switches these two here. Don't get confused. If they say cloud lets you trade variable expense with fixed, that is obviously wrong. Cloud, what it does, it will trade fixed expense for variable expense, which is pay only for what you use or pay as you go. Workloads to perform their intended function correctly and consistently. I am assuming this is one of the principle they are talking about. So this is one of the principle, which is where workloads has to perform their intended function correctly and consistently. Which this principle is part of which pillar? Which pillar do you think this is? If you know the 6 pillars, pause and answer it. This is part of again reliability pillar. Why? Because we discussed about it, right? Fault tolerance, testing recovery, and consistent operation are part of reliability. This is what I told you. Previously, our first topic was reliability pillar, then we explained. Here you are seeing the other side of it. They give you the principle, then you need to pick the pillar. Perform their intended function correctly and consistently, right? Remember, reliability means recover. They perform as expected. Fault tolerance means even if it fails, it will fix it or not fix it, but if one server fails, it will run it on another server. But at the end of the day, it will run successfully. That's fault tolerance for you, right? It will recover on its own and finish it. That's the reliability pillar. If you want to spin up infra in minutes, that is again another benefit of cloud, right? You can spin infrastructure within minutes. If you don't believe me, try doing it or check our projects in our projects playlist on the playlist we have on YouTube. Literally, you can spin many services within minutes. That is not possible with on-prem, is it? No. So this is another benefit of cloud. Cloud increases the speed and agility, provision resources in minutes with APIs and infrastructure as code, right? You don't have to go to the management console and provision. You can do them from APIs like uh, AWS Cloud Console or CLI. You can do it from there, or you can write other API actions and do it as well. For example, you can do it. Each service has their own APIs. Redshift has their API. Glue has their own API. EC2 has their own API. You can use different and do that. Or infrastructure as code like maybe Terraform or CloudFormation, etc. AWS Application Discovery Service. What is this? We have learned about AWS Migration Hub in one of the previous topic, but what is AWS Application Discovery Service? As the name suggests, give a guess and let's check if your guess is correct or not. This is used to inventory on-premises servers, apps, dependencies before migration, feeds, migration hub for planning. Remember, do you remember this service, migration hub? You said this is like a dashboard which shows you the inventory, plans, and tracks the migration, right? You said inventory, but how did you get this inventory? Well, here you go. You have to use the application discovery service. This service will be running on your on-prem, which collects all the servers, all the apps, dependencies. Then it will feed it to the migration hub. That's what it is telling. Okay. You have a use case where there are seasonal spikes. Now, your goal is to pick a cost-effective solutions whenever you have those seasonal spike traffic. Seasonal spikes means what? Throughout the year, you won't have much traffic, but when there is a Thanksgiving, when there is Christmas, then you will have too much traffic and you need some solution for that use case. Well, it's very simple, right? For seasonal spikes, do you want to buy servers way ahead and put them with you? Of course not. It will be useless because you are only going to get traffic like maybe 4 times, 5 times a year. What will you do by buying servers? Instead, you are going to rely on pay as you go pricing. Why? Because you will only pay During seasonal spikes, you will increase the compute power. Maybe like let's say you will provision 10 servers. You will only pay for 10 servers during that seasonal spike. Once the seasonal is over, you will come back from 10 servers to one server because you won't have that much traffic, right? So that is pay as you go. Auto scaling policies, you will use these two in combination because auto scaling policies are the ones that will scale up, scale down. So capacity can grow during seasonal spikes and then shrink off season automatically with the demand. That's the awesomeness of cloud. Why do you even want to migrate to cloud? They will give you options, couple of benefits. You need to pick the appropriate benefit, obviously. Some of the benefits are increased agility, which is nothing but the speed at which you can provision different services. Global reach, of course, what does global reach means? Means no matter where you are in the world, you can use the cloud services. And the ability to deploy globally in minutes are core advantages. Continuous improvement focus. I think this is about a calf again or pillar. Which principle or which pillar does this principle is part of continuous improvement, where you continuously improve something? Let's say you have an application, right? It's not performing well. Then you review it, you then you tweak it, and you improve the process, whether it is architecture wise or whether it is application wise, etc. So, which principle is pillar is part of operational excellence? What does this pillar do? It emphasizes the process improvement and run books and evolution. Why? To deliver the business appropriate value. For example, right now, pretty much most of the technologies are using AI and whatnot, right? Or there are so many services that are coming up every day, even in cloud area. So whatever architecture you had 5 years ago, maybe it might not be performant enough right now. With new technologies, if you use, you can improve the process and maybe reduce the cost as well, right? All that is part of operational excellence. You do improvements all the time. You have a use case where you need to do lift and shift servers to AWS. Lift and shift, there are so many ways that you can do migration. One of the famous one is lift and shift. Most of the companies already have servers since years, right? And they want to have, let's say, similar one, and but in the cloud. That's called lift and shift. You are just replacing whatever you had, but in the cloud. That's lift and shift, right? How do you do that? Well, you can use service called application migration service. Remember, the one that we discussed is application discovery service. Discovery service does only discovery. It doesn't migrate. It discovers all the applications apps. But this one is application migration service. This is responsible for migrating the service, actually doing the work. Okay. It's like this is like a developer, that is like a manager. Manager plans, developer does the work. This replicates and converts your physical or virtual servers on the on-premises to run natively on AWS. Like if you have a Windows server, it will spin a Windows server on AWS because it's a lift and shift, right? So what is the service? It's called application migration service. Lower variable cost. Okay, this again is another benefit of the cloud. It's called economies of scale. What does this mean? This means the more people that use AWS, the services prices gets lower, right? Like, the demand and what is this called? I'm not good at economics. The demand and what is it? Oh my God, I'm very bad at it. So you get it. If so many people use AWS, then they will give it for cheaper. Okay, so that's what core concept of economies of scale, right? For example, let's say there is a new cloud provider. They won't have the same prices as AWS. They cannot give that at all because it won't be forget about profitable. They cannot even charge you even the prices they are paying, because not many people are using their cloud services, so they cannot give you discounts. Like if you are in US, you would know, right? If you buy a soda can, it will be $1, but buy 12 of them, it's just $4. You cannot do the math on it, but that's how it works, right? You buy a small drink, it's $4, and you buy a extra large drink, it's $5. So something like that. When you buy more, when more people start using a cloud provider, they will give you cheaper prices. That's what basically economies of scale is. It reduces per unit cost because so many people are using, so they make profit anyways. TCO means total cost of operation, and sizing, or usually they will use ownership as well, but you don't own anything on the cloud, right? You pay for the operations. And sizing before migration. So obviously, if you are an on-premise uh, client, before migrating, you want to know the cost. That's how you are going to decide whether you want to move to cloud or not. Correct? But how would you know the prices? Like you know how much you are paying right now for the on-premises servers and operations, but you wouldn't know on the cloud. Well, that's why AWS has a vast uh, service that can actually give you pretty much accurate information about how much it is going to cost you once you migrate to cloud. But they are asking what is the tool that you use to do that. Remember this. This is kind of like a free hint I'm giving you. Whenever the question asks before migration, and they won't spell it before migration, but by reading the question, you need to figure out, are they asking before migration or after? The question will clearly say that. Maybe not the word before migration, but they would say something like client has on premises and they are planning to migrate to AWS. Planning to migrate, they didn't migrate, they are planning. So that's before migration. And whenever it's before migration, just pick blindly AWS pricing calculator. Why this one though? Pricing calculator. Why? Because this actually gives you the pricing for how much it is going to, but before migration, right? And you have another thing called migration evaluator, which analyzes your current usage to estimate optimized AWS total cost of operations. Okay, remember before migration, go for pricing calculator. So here we have something called becoming more responsive to customer inquiries and feedback. So you have a company, usually, right, organization. They are undergoing some transformation, and they want to, as part of that, they want to become more responsive to the customer inquiries and feedback, and they might ask you, one of the COF goals. They will list you a bunch of goals, and for the customer inquiries and feedback, you are going to pick realign teams around products or value streams, and then you will use agile methods to iterate quickly on customer feedback. I mean, basically, that's what you will do, right? If you want to be more responsive to customer, what will you do? You will do this. Limited connectivity and local processing. See, so this is telling you you know, on premise, you have limited connectivity to internet, but you want to do local processing, right? In order to do cloud, you need to have internet connectivity. But if you have limited connectivity or no connectivity, but you still want to use cloud to do local processing, how do you do that? Well, AWS has a solution for that, which is the AWS Snowball Edge devices. As I mentioned, Snowball is a family of devices, like they are like hard disks. They range from hard disk to big transformer, like the movie transformer, like trucks. You can transfer petabytes of data using those trucks. But Snowball Edge, what this does is not just storage, it also gives you compute power. So you don't need to connect to the cloud, but this will come up with most of the cloud services. So they ship it to your location. Let's assume you are on Antarctica, right? So you took this device with you when you go to Antarctica. You will have no internet, or maybe minimum internet there, But if you use this device, you don't need internet. Whatever you want to do, you can perform that computing as well as storage offline in Antarctica. And once you come back online, it will automatically be transferred to cloud, etc. So what is it? Snowball edge device if you have limited connectivity, but you still need to do local processing. Then you ship the device back to ingest to AWS once you are back, once you have internet. So see, carve business perspective. They will give you a couple of goals. You need to pick which one of them belongs to the business perspective. Let's see a couple of them. What does this focus on? This focuses on real-time insights because that's important for a business, right? And strategy value KPIs, key performance indicators, KPIs. Business is all about KPIs. If you have ever worked with a business team, you would know they will have KPI reports on KPIs where they will keep an eye every day to see how their operations, everything is going on. These are called key performance indicators. So business perspective, you will pick if they list any of these real-time insights, strategy value KPIs, funding alignment, like they need to be aligned with whatever they're funding, right? It's not like they can give you money to the IT team like anything without expecting anything back. They need to be aligned with whatever IT team is asking and what they are funding. And measuring outcomes to steer cloud investments. Like cloud is hard doesn't mean that you don't have a use case and still the IT team wants to go to cloud. Will the business approve it? No, they need to measure the outcomes. Like, is it going to save us money? Is the data going to be loaded up faster? XYZ, they need to measure the outcomes. Durability. Again, this is another benefit of cloud. Durability is what? It is a system's ability to retain your data and remain usable despite failures, right? For example, you have a hard disk and you stored all your data on the hard disk. If your hard disk goes down, is there any way you can recover the data? No, I mean, you didn't back it up anywhere. So your durability is almost zero. It's not zero, but in case of failure, that's at zero. But AWS is not like that. For example, S3, it has 11 nines, like, 99.9999999, that much durability. Which means even if one data center goes down, it will store your data, makes copies in other data centers, so you are fine. Like 99.123456789, total 11 nines. This is the durability of S3. I mean, each service has its own durability, but you can imagine, right? Which means technically it won't lose anything. Even this 0.99 is because if aliens attack and if they destroy it, that 0.100000001, that is because of that scenario. Again, okay, we have the reliability pillar again. You should know by now, so you should be able to answer it. This focuses on automatic recovery from failures, fault tolerance, and testable recovery paths, so systems keep working. Discover app usage or configs for migration. Stithapragnans, we already discussed this. What is the service that you use to do this? It's called Application Discovery Service. This is the one that collects your on-premises servers, processes, and dependencies to plan moves. Performance efficiency principle. So this is a principle and they are asking you, this is explain us. You are going to use serverless architectures. They were going to list you a couple of options and you will pick serverless architectures. Why? Because to gain the elastic scaling, serverless means you don't manage the compute power. You just use it. It has the elastic scaling and it minimizes undifferentiated heavy lifting. Heavy lifting in the sense that you don't have to sit there and design some scaling um, plans at all. It does on its own. And then you have global low latency, right? This is one of another cloud benefit. How does AWS give you globally low latency? by using global infrastructure. What are the different infrastructures of AWS? Regions, right? Throughout the world, there are several regions where AWS has their data centers, and each region is divided into multiple AZs. It's 3 plus AZs. There might be some regions where it's not three, but most of them has three availability zones. Availability zones are nothing but, let's pick a region of Ohio, right? In the Ohio state, there will be three or more availability zones. Okay, they will be interconnected, obviously. And in each availability zone, you have multiple data centers. Okay, and then there are edge locations as well. These all are part of your global infrastructure, AWS global infrastructure, where you can place your compute or content near to your users to cut the latency, right? Let's assume that your company is in India, but most of your users are in America. So um, maybe you are processing all that, you will keep it in India, but your target data warehouse where your business queries the reports, maybe that you will put it in maybe America, something like that. Cost effectiveness of cloud, we already know this answer. It trades fixed for variable expense, which means no front hardware cost. You only pay for what you consume. That is one of the cost effectiveness. And second one is economies of scale. We already learned this as well, which is it scales, AWS scale lowers per unit cost you benefit from. That's the economies of scale. So these are the two cost effectiveness of the cloud. What is the pillar that you will use for continuous improvement? Remember this, brightness. What was the answer? What was the answer? Anyone? Operational excellence. Bingo. Right? And other principles are design operations as code, which is doesn't nothing but infrastructure as code, run books, observability, post incident learning, CI/CD, game days, small frequent reversible changes to keep improving processes. These all are part of operational excellence pillar. Remember that. Okay. And as I'm talking, do make notes. You might ask for a copy of this document where you want to print and all, but that I wouldn't recommend, because when you write something down on your own, you tend to remember it and learn a lot than if you take print out and read it. Okay. For that reason, I won't provide a PDF of this, but I will provide a PDF for free of cost. I mean, this video is free as well. In the description, you will find the cheat sheet that I prepared based out all this. You can download it there. I'm not going to I will not provide a PDF for this, because I want you to learn either by watching the videos or making notes. Make notes on your own. That will teach you. Okay, so don't ask me in the comments, are you going to give me the PDF of this presentation? No. Find reference architectures. Okay. Where can you find it? That is the question. Where can you find reference? Obviously, if you are moving to cloud, which means you are not experienced with cloud, but you want to know the different types of architectures. But where do you get them? Well, you have something called Architecture Center, which hosts vetted. Vetted means like AWS actually checked them, verified them, reviewed them. Reference architectures, patterns, best practices, like well-architected framework, industry blueprints, diagrams, code, blah, blah, blah. Where? AWS Architecture Center. How AWS enables agility. Agility means the speed at which you can provision different services. How does it do it? It accesses a wide range of managed services. You, not it, you, to experiment and innovate quickly, right? Like spin up a service, do it again, shut it down. with low friction and minimal undifferentiated heavy lifting. Right? This is how it enables agility. AWS enables. You can do all that within minutes, right? Frequent, small, irreversible changes. Remember this? Which pillar is this? Are this part of frequent, small? We just discussed about it. Operational excellence. It champions small, not big changes, small, safe iterations. For example, like feature flags, scanner, rollback. These are different deployment methods. Learning loops and operational readiness. These, so they will ask you this. They will ask you which pillar. Then you need to pick that. Serverless data integration. You discover, then you prepare, then you perform ADR, right? And they are asking you a solution to pick that. Serverless data integration. And on AWS, it is Glue. This provides crawlers which discover your schema. And then you will use Glue Studio, or even you can code it. You don't need to use Studio like PySpark. Or you can use Data Brew where you don't code, you just drag and drop. And you will also get to use Data Catalog. These all are serverless, which means you only pay as you go. When they ask this, what should you pick? Glue. They are asking something about COF perspectives or mind. They might ask you like, pick which of the following are COF perspectives. Security and business are official AWS COF perspectives, and some of them, some of the other, not some of the others, but others are people, governance, platform, and operations. These are 6 perspectives. You use them to structure your org and technology changes, right? These are the 6 perspectives. You need to remember their names because the question literally asks, pick 2 perspectives from below. Economic benefits of AWS, by now you already know pretty much, right? Consumption-based pricing, which technically means pay as you go or pay for what you used. Pay only for what you use. No capital outlays. You see the name words, right? They ask the same thing using different words. They play around with it. And economies of scales already we learned in 32, 3, 4 times we learned it. This AWS scale lowers per unit cost you benefit from, right? Perpetual licenses, bring your own hardware, enterprise support at no cost are not, these are not the cloud economics at all. These are completely opposite to it. Migrating commercial RDBMS. You have an RDBMS and you want to migrate it to AWS, like SQL Server. You want to go to cloud, but still you want to use SQL Server. How do you do that? Well, the migration you can do, they are asking about migration using database migration service as the name suggests, DMS. This is for continuous data replication with minimal or no downtime, and then you will use AWS schema conversion. You will use schema conversion in case if you are migrating from SQL Server to, let's say, Redshift or something like that. If you're going from SQL Server on-prem to SQL Server on AWS using AWS RDS, then you don't need schema conversion. But if you are like from Oracle to Aurora, PostgreSQL or MySQL, then you need to use schema conversion. Together, these two together, they handle both structure and data. Got it? Move as is with no code changes. So you can also call this as lift and shift as well, right? See, it's also called lift and shift. Move as is. See, they changed again the wording. Rehost, you can also call rehost or lift and shift or move as is, you name it. What does this do? This copies VMs to from on-premise to AWS using what? Application migration service. And then you can run them as is. Fastest when you can't modify the app. Advantages of moving to AWS, we already learned them. It increased speed and agility, which means you can provision in minutes, you can experiment quickly. And you also know massive economies of scale, which is nothing but lower per unit cost. Be more responsive to customers' cough. I think we discussed about this, didn't we? Same thing. Realign teams around products value streams. You organize by customer facing outcomes. You shorten feedback loops. Empower teams to iterate quickly. This is often paired with agile or DevOps. Lower prices via aggressive demand. You already know the answer. Economies of scale. AWS's massive scale lowers per unit costs, which customers benefit from. Right? More demand, the lower prices are you are going to pay. And if you have to estimate cost pre-migration, Stitha Pragnas, what should be your tool to go for pre-migration? AWS price calculator to model current resources as is, and if you want to forecast monthly AWS costs, you use before migration its pricing calculator. You already know what pay as you go means. You pay only for what you use. No capex. What is capex? Capital expenditure. Then we'll call OPEX, operational expenditure. So you don't have that. Global infrastructure building blocks. We discussed briefly about this in one of the slides where you have regions. Then inside regions you have availability zones. Inside availability zones you have data centers. These are the core physical constructs you design for multi-AZ regional architectures, right? Why do you do multi-availability zones? Because even if one availability zone goes down, you still have your application running another availability zone. You can also do inter-regions. Even if the entire region goes down, you can have your application running on other regions. You will use that inter-regions for disaster recovery, but whenever you see multi-AZ, it's between availability zones, not regions. Agility, you already know that, correct? It gives you, it lets you deprovision resources quickly with minimal effort using these. You experiment fast and iterate safely. Replacing capex with opex. What is this? This is the cloud benefit, right? You are replacing capital expenditure with operational expenditure. So pay as you go pricing is the example of this. It lets you trade upfront fixed expense for variable expense. You pay only for what you use. Custom on-prem assessment, total cost of operations, AWS. What tool are you going to use? Theta Pragnas. Migration evaluator. This analyzes your current environment and estimates optimized AWS cost with right sizing assumptions. Got it? You want to migrate PostgreSQL to RDS. What will you do? Of course, RDS has its own version of AWS managed. But in order to migrate it, what are the tools that you are going to use? You will use data migration service, which moves data with minimal downtime. And you can keep source and target in sync during cutover. So even if data is getting loaded into your PostgreSQL, it will still be copied to RDS. And then migration hub, remember this? What does it do? It plans, it tracks. And then you have application migrations service that is used for servers and virtual machines. But here, if it is just PostgreSQL, then you can use DNS. And you want to do baseline on-prem and projected AWS costs. How will you do that? Well, you have migration evaluator, which inventories on-prem, and then it right sizes them, and it produces your total cost of ownership or operations estimates for your AWS. They are asking what is the COF perspective for SLOs or operations performance? Which one? Well, the perspective is called operations. What are the goals that are under this perspective? Monitoring, measuring, and run to business aligned SLAs or SLOs, incident response, resilience drills. These all come under operations perspective. After free tier expires, what happens? You opened an AWS account with the free tier. You have a service and you expired it. Or you exceeded the limit. What is going to happen? Any idea? Simple. You need to pick the option where it says you are charged standard pay-as-you-go rates for use beyond free tier. It is not going to stop it. It is not going to, I mean, it won't stop because you already know when you register for the account, they will ask you for your card details for this purpose. In case if you use all the free tier, you need to pay somehow. That's fine. So they will charge you pay as you go rates. Again, well architected principles. Again, as I said, pillars, there are six: performance efficiency, cost optimization. Uh, they are not, high availability is not a pillar, growing global is not a pillar, continuous development, these are not pillars. Performance efficiency, cost optimization, then you have security, sustainability, and there are other. You need to collect data offline, ship later. Do you remember anything? As soon as you see ship later and offline, it's snow family. You can either use snow cone, snowball. These lets you ingest data in the field without internet, whether it is on moon or on Antarctica. And you can physically transfer it to AWS later when you have internet. We already know what economies of scale means. Scale, AWS scale lowers per unit cost that customers benefit from. Serve users in many countries. Of course, that's one of the benefits of AWS, right? And but the name they gave that is global reach. Okay, you can run in multiple regions to put compute closer to users and increase availability. This is the example that I gave for India and US. Operational excellence design principle. They will list a bunch of them and you need to pick them. And we have seen operational excellence multiple times by now. You should already know that. Making frequent small reversible changes to reduce risk and speed learning, deploying, rollback, fast, etc. That's operational excellence for you. Pillar for running well, improving processes. I think you already know this. Can you guess? Again, operational excellence. As soon as you see improving processes, reiterating small reversible changes, all that, operate, monitor, and then continuously improve procedures and automation. Platform perspective capabilities. See, you need to learn this. Under platform, you will get data engineering like data platforms, pipelines that underpin workloads, and CIC, continuous integration delivery for platform and apps. These all come under platform perspective. And now they are asking security perspective. For example, incident response, like prepare, detect, contain, and recover. Then infrastructure protection as well, like network and host controls. These come under security perspective. Agility, we learned about it. AWS, this is one of the AWS benefits that lets you provision compute storage DBs in minutes, iterate fast, tear down just as quickly. Build, test, launch quickly. We just spoke about it, right? Agility. It gives you the capability to spin up resource fast, experiment, deploy without long procedural procurement cycles. Build a digitally fluent workflow. How do you do that? It's talking about one of the CRAFT perspectives, which is the people perspective. Workforce, right? They mentioned fluent workforce. How do you build a workforce? Like, you have different developers with you. How do you build them fluent work? Obviously, by hiring, or if you already have people and you want to upskill them by skilling, or org change for a diverse high performance workforce. These are the goals that are part of the people's perspective. Simplified DB migration, you already know the answer, which is using database migration service, which migrates databases to managed engines with minimal downtime. You need to find misconfigurations or behavior before prioritizing controls. How do you do that? Well, Uh, they are asking about a cost perspective, and here you are going to have it the security. And one of the capability of the security perspective is threat detection. You detect and understand threats, makes configurations to decide which controls to implement first. So again, this is about a CAF question. And what are the different journey phases of CAF? Well, you envision first. That's the starting point, right? You define the outcomes, and then you align organization alignment on the outcomes that you envisioned, right? Then mobilize, then migrate and modernize. Remember this, they'll ask you. Everything that we are discussing here will be asked in the exam. Okay, so watch, make notes, watch this video multiple times. Small, frequent, reversible changes. The pregnancy, what is the answer? They're talking about a pillar, operational excellence pillar. Correct? You operate, evolve procedures, and you safely iterate them. Governance, remember the governance capabilities where we discussed about data, cataloging, etc. Cloud financial management and application portfolio management. Even these are part of the governance capabilities. Like you define controls, budgets, guardrails, app catalog. All these come under the governance capabilities. Cloud transformation phase for business outcomes. I guess we discussed about this just now, right? Which is envision, right? When you define and quantify business outcomes or KPIs, key performance indicators that justify the migration. Why? Because envisioning, which is nothing but aligning with your outcomes, correct? This is not align or org alignment. Envisioning is not org alignment or launch scale or execution or growth. This transformation phase for business outcomes is part of envisioning. You need to pick this design principle, which pillar that this belong to. As soon as you say recovery, it is what? Reliability pillar. Sustainability design principle. What is it? You maximize EC2 utilization and reduce reinstalls. That they already gave you the sustainability pillar. Okay. I think they might be asking you which one of the following satisfies this particular design principle. And the answer is, you see this maximizing EC2 utilization, right? You are maximizing, which means you are utilizing higher and reducing your reinstalls, which means fewer wasteful actions. What does this do? It lowers the energy power that is used to spin these machines, which is embedded. Lower power means lower carbon footprint. Okay, so this is the answer you are going to pick. Lower total cost of ownership. How you do it? By using pay-as-you-go and economies of scale. Cloud benefit for worldwide users. What is it called? Global reach. And how do you get that? Using regions, availability zones, edge for low latency delivery across the globe. You want to discover on-prem config or usage for migration. How are you going to do that? As soon as you see discover, it's the application discovery service, which is, it has two different modes, agent or agentless, and then performance data feeding. You feed this inventory and data to the migration. We already discussed, right? You will have the discovery service, then you send the data to migration hub, and then from there, the application migration service picks it up and migrates it. If you want to predict monthly total cost of ownership for future EC2 and storage, we already discussed it. Before migration, it's pricing calculator. Reliability design principle, we already know that anything that has to do with the recovery procedures, regularly simulate failures, practice failover, restore, so systems recover as designed. Anything that has to do with recovery is part of reliability design principle. What are the cloud benefits? See the pregnant. Pay as you go, global reach, agility, economies of scale, right? Moving to AWS reduces or eliminates hardware troubleshooting, capacity planning, procurement, and enables faster feature or deployment. This is what um, agility, right? And pay as you go, all that are part of the cloud benefits. Acquire and release resources on demand. What is this called? There is a phrase for this. That's called elasticity. Remember, you have an elastic rubber band with you, right? You stretch it. I mean, if you pull, it stretches, and when you release it, it will come back, right? Similarly, if you apply that concept here, you scale out, you add machines when you need, you remove machines when you don't need. That's called elasticity. When you have demand, you acquire. When you don't have demand, you release. That's called elasticity or scaling out in and out automatically. So you only run what you need. Centralized automated backups. How do you do that? There is a tool for that. It's called AWS Backup, which protects data across AWS services and hybrid workloads with policies and schedules. So whenever you want to centralize and automate your backups, go for AWS Backup. And uncertain demand benefit. What does that mean? You don't know how much demand you are going to have. Remember that seasonal spike, right? So in those cases, you will go pay as you go or you use auto scaling, right? When you have demand, you scale up. When you don't have demand, scale down. So cloud, it is scalable and it has high performance scale up and down quickly as real use emerges. Don't guess capacity. Obviously, by using one of the cloud benefit is you don't have to guess capacity, right? You eliminate guessing completely. You start small, then use auto scaling when needed and avoid over or under provisioning. You want to migrate petabytes of data to AWS, but you don't have internet connection. Remember, if you don't have internet and you want to migrate data, always go with Snow family. But since you have petabytes, you cannot use the Snow cone, etc. You need to use Snow mobile. What is this? Did you watch the Transformers movie? And do you remember the big truck? Yeah, exactly. If you Google AWS Snowmobile, you will see similar truck, big like 18 tire truck that migrates the petabytes or even exabyte scales. Secure data transfer truck. Data sync, it uses network. Remember that. This is without internet. Scale with demand, sure, that is again advantage or benefit of cloud. You stop guessing capacity, right? You provision just enough and then you scale automatically instead of buying for peak. You don't buy way ahead of time. You scale when there is peak, you scale out when there is no peak. Why build in AWS? Well, you need to pick obviously options that they will give you because increased speed to try new projects. This is agility, right? Provision in minutes, managed services. You scale up in minutes as the app gains users, which is the elastic capacity. You don't pick specific physical data center that you cannot do using AWS Cloud. You get to pick availability zones and regions, but not data centers. And also you avoid big capital expenditure. Cost effective for spiky dynamic usage. We already discussed this. It's called elasticity. Whenever you have spiky data, seasonal data, peak data, you use auto scaling. You scale up when there is spike. You scale down when you don't have it. You want to measure cloud emissions. That's part of the sustainability, right? But what is the tool that you use to measure cloud emission? And you can do that if you want to see what is my carbon footprint of the services that I'm using. Well, that's where this comes in AWS customer carbon footprint tool. This tracks, views, and forecasts the estimated carbon emissions associated with your AWS usage. Break a monolith into microservices. This is one of the best practices that AWS tells you. Don't have a monolith application. If you have a big application that does 100 of things, and what happens if it breaks, everything stops. Instead, build microservices. Even if one fails, it won't affect the other. right? So in order to do that, obviously, if you have a monolith application on your on-premise, you need to refactor it. It's called refactoring. It's not rehosting. It's not lift and shift. It's not moving as is. It's called a refactor. Refactoring means you are changing the code or you are redesigning the app into microservices. Whenever you hear microservices, it's containerized containers we are talking about. This enables independent scaling, deployments, and team ownership. Incompatible content management system. So you have a CMS which is not compatible with cloud, but you want to migrate it to cloud. How do you do it? What do you do it? Simple. You repurchase, you will replace your SaaS CMS, okay, with something else, and then you will retire, eliminate if it's redundant. So it's not refactoring. You already know what refactoring means, and replatform what it means. It requires both work for this, right? Because you cannot lift and shift your CMS because it is not compatible with cloud. So you have to replatform it. When you replatform it, you need to refactor the code. Rehosting, as I said, lift and shift, it won't work if it is not cloud compatible. And elasticity, we know that it automatically can acquire resources when needed and release them when idle. It's called scaling out and in, up and down. So that's about domain one. Okay. If you enjoyed it, and since we did almost 100 topics, so I guess I can ask you for a like and comment and subscription. If you liked what I covered, then only subscribe. If not, you don't have to subscribe. Okay. But if you do like it, then please subscribe and like and comment. And um, another thing I want to mention is if you really enjoyed this and are able to clear your certification, and if you want something similar for other certifications, I will definitely do it. But only once we reach 5,000 subscribers. Right now we are almost at 3,000. So once we reach 5,000 subscribers, you can make it happen. You guys, all you need to do is click it and then we will get there. Okay, once we reach 5,000 subscribers, I will prepare a similar video for Solutions Architect Associate. And once we have that, and based on your support, we will move on to other certifications guide as well. Now let's move to domain 2, which is about security and compliance. All right. Security groups, of course. We are covering security. So security groups, which are very important. What are these? To control your network access to a single EC2 instance, you use a security group. I mean, again, as I said, this is a guide to clear the certification exam. I'm not teaching you all the basics. Uh, I have plans to do that as well, where I will teach you about AWS in and out completely with, of course, hands-on projects and etc. But this is for only exam guide, so I'm not going to teach you all the basics. But at a high level, you have AWS Cloud, but everyone uses AWS Cloud. Does that mean that I can access your company's data and whatnot? Of course not. It's cloud. Each company or account, it's like a bubble in the cloud. Okay, so I have my own bubble. You cannot get into my bubble, and that bubble is maintained or given by something called VPC, Virtual Private Cloud. Private, it's private to me. That bubble only I can. I mean, unless and until I let others connect to my bubble, it won't be connected to that. You call it or you maintain it using something called VPC, Virtual Private Cloud. And inside that, there will be so many things that I'm not going to discuss here. But as far as this is concerned, then you will have subnets, right? For example, if you have, let's say, 1,000 IPs, You want to split that into different subnets. Each subnet can be its only availability zone, right? Right. If this goes down, you will still have this subnet available. For high availability, you can do that. And most companies do that. So you will split this IPs into 5,000 and 5,000 here. And within these subnets, again, you can have something called security groups, right? For example, like you have finance related servers and you want to create a security group and put all the servers in here, and you have other servers you want to put here. Okay. So you can see, right? Security group is at the lowest, and then you have subnets, then you have VPs. Now, we are talking about security groups. So these, what do? They give you network access to single EC2. Inside this, you can put EC2 servers. Single EC2 servers using a security group, right? Security groups, they act as instance level firewall. So this is a firewall at instance level for inbound and outbound traffic. Then you have a subnet level, right? Subnet level firewall. Then this is instance level firewall. This is subnet level firewall. Then this is like your VPC level firewall. Correct? Anyways, for now, just remember security group is a instance level firewall for your inbound and outbound traffic. And what is CloudTrail? It says here cloud and a trail. Trail, right? Trail is nothing but something that you look behind when you walk, right? Similarly, when you do certain things on AWS, it leaves a trail. Anything you do on AWS, it leaves a trail. All the API calls you made, like you clicked on something, behind the scenes, it's an API call. You provisioned something, you uh, so destroyed something. All those are API calls, you leave a trail, and using AWS Cloud Trail, which actually you can access all of them. So what is this? To audit your account activity and to see who did what in your AWS account, you will use CloudTrail. It records all the API calls and user action. Got it? So don't think that you don't have any services on AWS and don't do stupid things like maybe go into production server and stop all servers before you leave the company. Don't do that. AWS IAM Identity Center, which used to be called AWS SSO, single sign-on. But what is it? As it says, Identity Center. This centrally manages workforce across multiple AWS accounts and apps. It gives users one place to sign in and you sign in and you one place to assign permissions by account, role, and permission set. Correct? You know SSO, right? You log into your using your AD details, most likely on Windows. You have seen that. And with your app, like you go to SharePoint, it logs you in. You go to some other app, it logs you in. That's using SSO, by the way. But there you are integrating AD with that. Here you can use AWS's thing is called Identity Center. What IAM control? What is IAM? I am. It's I am me. No, IAM. It's you don't say I am. You say IAM. Identity Access Management. I think that's what it's called. These controls who can call APIs on which resource. So it's authentication and authorization, right? And it lets you enforce MFA to protect account access. I mean, if you already set up an AWS account, you know that you need to go here and create your user roles and whatnot. This is where all the permissions and whatnot are assigned. Root user access keys. So there is a best practice for how to manage your root user access keys. What does that goes? Only the account owner or the root user, only he can manage root users access keys. Even if you assign somebody as admin, still they cannot. Only account owner has the access to manage root user keys. What is the best practice? Do not create or use root access keys at all. If somebody gets a hold of them, then oh boy. Shared responsibilities. This is very important because you will see a bunch of questions regarding shared responsibilities. Okay. So customers And cloud, you need to remember something. It's not AWS who does all the things. You share responsibilities as well as a customer. So it's a shared responsibility. Any cloud, not just AWS. Both AWS and the customer share certain responsibilities, right? Main thing is AWS takes care of securing the entire cloud infrastructure, correct? Secures cloud infrastructure, whereas the customer secures in the cloud. This secures, I think it's called secures of the cloud. This is in the cloud. Whatever you put in the cloud, you secure it. As a customer, it's your responsibility. What are those? Well, configurations, user creation, roles creation, permissions, any data you put in, any applications you create, all that as a customer, you maintain it. Whereas the cloud infrastructure, for example, the data center security, data center, all that physical hardware, replacing hardware, etc. All that is managed by AWS. Event history. We discussed it just right now, right? CloudTrail is used to see all the API or event history for governance and audit. But where is it? Any events are nothing but things that you do on your account, right? Like created or modified resources, from where and when, by who, all that you can track. Mainly, you will use CloudTrail for auditing purposes because some companies will have auditing done, like who all are using what accessing XYZ. Okay, there is something called DDoS protection, which is nothing but distributed denial of service attacks. What is this? In simple terms, it just means, let's assume that you opened a website to sell some things, and your competitor didn't like it, so they employed some illegal people to send traffic to your websites, right? So they have used some bots to send infinite traffic to your website, so your website crashes, nobody can access it, so nobody will buy anything, and you are doomed, right? No, because when you create a website, of course you are going to protect it against DDoS attacks, and there are several attacks: SQL injection attacks, cross-site scripting attacks, DDoS. So what this is, distributed denial of service. So that's what they do. So here they are talking about that, protecting against that. How do you do that? Well, AWS has a service specifically designed for that. What is it? It's called AWS Shield. Shield, it has a standard, it has advanced. Standard, what it does is, it will just do the protection of data, but advanced, it also gives you this visibility. Like enhance this, and a real-time attack visibility comes with advanced. And it also does cost protection for scaled resources, and it will also assign a DDoS response team in case of an attack. That comes with advanced, not with standard. Remember that. But what you need to remember is shield is DDoS. AWS Shield shields you from DDoS attacks. SaaS access and app portal. Okay, how can you access that? Your SaaS services using a single sign-on, of course, right? This provides a user portal for end users to access assigned AWS accounts and SaaS apps with single sign-on. By the way, most of the companies do that. Even the company I work, they integrate our Microsoft AD through this, so that I can use my AD account to log into AWS. Guard duty. As the name suggests, of course, they are doing a guard duties. If you don't know what the guards are, well, in India, we already know, right? Most of the apartment complex, they have a security guard outside. Most of the companies also have security guards, right? What do? They detect threats, correct? If somebody that they haven't seen are, passing through the apartment, standing there, checking out, etc. Similarly, this guard duty does the same thing. It detects threat. It's a threat detection service. It continuously monitors AWS accounts, workloads, and data for what? For malicious or unauthorized behavior. So remember this with our guards at an apartment. Anyone who is not unauthorized, they will come and like, Bhaiya, brother, what are you doing here? Why are you roaming around here? This is a private property. So XYZ. Guard duty does the same thing. It won't say Bhaiya, but the rest it will do. Okay, Sthita Pragnan, you need to answer this. What is the service that you use for instance level firewall? Remember that firewalls that I mentioned, three levels of firewall, level 1, level 2, level 3, lowest instance level. It's security group. You use to that to control inbound, outbound traffic at EC2 instance level. CLI access, AWS CLI access. How do you get it? How do you do it? From your command line, how do you access AWS services? We use AWS CLI, but how do you get access to the AWS environment? Well, developers authenticate the CLI with AWS access key and secret key tied to an IAM identity. Okay, that's that's it. Geo-blocking web requests. How can you do it? What service do you use it? Web, as soon as you see anything related to web, you have a service called WAF. This nothing, it just means web application firewall. So you have seen different levels of firewalls, right? Then there is another level. Okay, so this is at an instance level, like EC2 instance. This is at a subnet level. This is at a VPC level. Inside EC2, you can have multiple applications. So that is the application level firewall, which is called web application firewall. That is for only web apps, though. Okay. So you can use WAF, but here they are talking about geo blocking. So you create geo match or geography match rules. For example, like you have Netflix account or YouTube. Sometimes what they do, if a content is restricted to a specific country, they are going to say that this content is restricted to this country. They are using geo blocking there, right? So that's how they figure out you are in certain country and that content is not enabled for that country using geo match rules to block traffic from specific countries. Shared responsibilities, but they're talking about in respect to Lambda. Why? What is that so special about it? Well, Lambda, you need to know, first of all, this is a serverless service. Serverless service. Serverless doesn't mean that there is no server, but for a customer, as far as a customer is concerned, you don't have a server. You don't maintain a server. That's why it's called serverless. Of course, there are going to be servers behind the scenes, but for as a customer, you don't see any server. You don't manage any server. So they are asking about shared. Now, since you are not managing it, what are the responsibilities you have for Lambda? Remember, customer responsibilities mostly are what? Content in the cloud, like the configurations, applications, data, IAM are like creating users roles what. Even with Lambda, those are the things. Remember application code, you have to write it. I mean, most of us use GPTs to do it, but still you are using GPT to write the code. And any libraries that you use to run the Lambda, you need to add them. But what does AWS responsibility for Lambda? Just like anything else, it manages the underlying fleet, the server that is running this, provisioning that server, operating system on that server, all that is managed by AWS. You are responsible for functions code, libraries, permissions, data, and whatnot. Now, this is just we didn't give any service here, but sometimes they ask you pick the AWS responsibilities among the following, right? As I mentioned, anything, anytime you see a word physical, Infrastructure, hardware, just go blindly with AWS. Because on cloud, we don't have access to any of that. Physical facilities, do you have access? Of course not. It is not a tourist place that they will invite you and you can go ahead and manage your own server. No, and you don't get to patch those servers or maintain the underlying infrastructure for them. You cannot do that. Okay, only AWS has access to all that. Anything like hardware, hypervisor, all managed services, AWS does it. Access to SOC reports and compliance docs. And there is a service on AWS. I have never used it, but mostly companies which collect medical data, whatnot, I guess they use these reports, whatnot. But the tool that we are looking for is called AWS Artifact. Here you can download SOC, ISO, PCI reports and agreements so that you can give it to your auditors. You want to record, evaluate, and then remediate configuration changes. As soon as you see this word config changes, there is a tool with the same name, and it's called AWS config. How easy is that? Okay. Anytime you see this, anytime you want to do one of these two configuration changes, the tool you use is called AWS config. Okay. This one tracks resource configurations. Then based on that, it evaluates them with the rules that you defined, and then it will trigger the remediation. For example, you created a rule like if somebody makes a bucket, S3 bucket public, then config will track S3, and as soon as somebody makes it public, it triggers this. And if you created a remediation saying that make it private again, then it will go and automatically make it. And by the way, this is not a preventive tool, right? Because this gets triggered after you made change, not it didn't prevent it from happening. Okay, so remember that. If you want to store and automatically rotate your database secrets or credentials, what is the tool? As the name suggests, it's AWS Secret Manager. The tool you use to store and automatically rotate database credentials or API credentials, it's called AWS Secrets Manager. It's simple, right? I mean, it's easy to remember. To manage secrets, you use AWS Secrets Manager, right? It securely stores RDS DB credentials and you can automatically rotate them. Again, now they are asking shared responsibilities of the customers. What are the responsibilities of the cloud? No, in the cloud. Securing off the cloud is by AWS, in the cloud is customer. Again, same thing it will. Just remember data, customer. Managing permissions, customer. Right? AWS secures the cloud. You secure what you run in it. Data, permissions, applications, configurations. That's your responsibility, not the customer's responsibility. You want to encrypt at rest across the services. How are you going to do that? Well, you need an encryption service, and AWS has one of those, which is called AWS KMS, Key Management System. This manages all your encryption keys and it integrates encryption for many AWS services for you. You need DDoS help from expert. How are you going to get it? We already discussed. Advanced. For protecting against DDoS, you need standard. But if you need expert team for DDoS, that only comes with advanced. Remember, DRT team, DDoS response team. Okay. Customer security control. If you want to do that, one of the thing that AWS gives is by enabling multi-factor authentication for IAM users, which is part of your identity hardening responsibilities. Always free service. What is always free? They'll ask you this question. Which service among the following is always free on AWS? Well, not all services are free, but IAM is free. You pay only for the resources your identity is access, not to create users and roles. Who deleted resources today? You came to office and then you found out somebody deleted servers on production. And as a detective, your job is to find out who deleted it. What is the tool that you are going to use? Stitha pregnancy. If you don't answer this, then stop the video. Then go watch whatever you are watching. Before watching the video, maybe scroll through your Instagram reels and etc. I don't know most of those services, but you need to answer. We have discussed this. It's called CloudTrail. This gives API or event history, like who did it, right? And what they did it, what did they do, and when did they do, and where did they do. So you can identify the user or role that deleted the resources. PCI in AWS. Well, that's kind of a complaints report. Um, and what is the service that uh, what is PCI? Okay, let me read this. It provides attestation of compliance for specific PCI eligible services. So you can build PCI DDS compliant architectures on those services. So I think the question is about, does AWS has it? Then the answer is yes, it does provide it. When to create IAM users, not roles. When to create them. So do you know when to create the users? Because guess what? Most companies don't even create IAM users for you. They create roles. It's very rare that they create a IAM user. Mostly in corporate companies, they create roles and then they assign or link or they you to your AD account. They will give you access to your AD account, those roles, right? Because you might be a developer, they will create a developer role. If you are a tester, they will create a tester role, and that role will have access, limited access based on your role. So that's why they do that, not individual IAM users. Maintaining IAM users individually, it's a headache. So you will create users for individual people needing long-lived credentials and to place them in IAM groups for policy management. Even if you create users, then you will create groups like developer group, admin group, and then you do that. But that's very rare. You don't see that. Usually, most of the time, they will create roles. If you want to scan EC2 instances for vulnerabilities, what is the service you do use? Well, you use something called inspector. This continuously assesses EC2 and container, not just EC2 instances, it also assesses containers. Containers are kind of like its own server, right? Machine, right? That's why. For vulnerabilities and exposure. Don't get confused with GuardDuty. GuardDuty is completely different, right? This assesses for vulnerabilities, not for malicious activities. That is God's unauthorized behavior, whatnot. That's GuardDuty. Your or customer responsibility with RDS. Why this? What's so special? Well, this is a managed service. What is a managed service? Who is managing it? Well, who will manage it on AWS? Of course, AWS will manage it for you. What does that mean? How is that different? If you have a SQL server on RDS, how is it different than you have a SQL server on EC2 or MySQL, let's say? Well, if it is EC2, you have to install this. You have to patch it. You have to do all those. On RDS, you don't, I mean, you provision it. You don't have to install it. You click a button, you pick the machine types and click a button, it will install the software for you. You don't patch it. AWS does that for you. Now, that's what they are asking you. That's what they are testing you. What are the responsibilities? Well, again, customers' responsibilities always are IAM policies, data if there is data. Um, what else are there? Configurations, etc. Right? IAM policies and control who can administer and use the service are yours. And AWS, as usually, infra provisioning, OS install, patching, and backups, it does it for you. But manage, it does the backups as well. But if you install an EC2, you have to perform backups by your own. How do you find stale IAM access? Stale in the sense like you have keys lying around, but you are not using them. How do you find them? Well, you have means to do that. Two ways actually. You have something called trusted advisor. This actually, what it does is it has, I guess, six categories or something, and in those categories, it checks all the services based on best practices. And if any of the service is not according to best practices, it kind of gives you that information. And obviously, one of the best practices is not to have stale IAM access keys. So this is under the security check for access key rotation. If it is older than 90 days, it will flag it at risk. You can go and check all the risk by the way. And another way you can do it is using IAM credential report, but you need to get the report, then check which ones are older than 90 days, used older than 90 days, not older than 90 days, like last used older than 90 days, and you can do in that way as well. If you want to discover and protect sensitive S3 data, how do you do that? Sensitive data, usually they talk about PII, personal identifiable data. For example, like your phone number, your address, your SSN, all those are considered as that. So if your data is on S3 and you want to identify that data, that kind of data, and you want to protect it, and the service you use is called Amazon Macy. And I think one of the YouTube comment a while ago explained why they named it Macy. I forgot it. I'm sorry, but yeah. This uses machine learning to identify your PIR sensitive data in S3. Then it classifies it and then it triggers the protections or notifications. How do you manage hardware backed keys? Hardware backed keys are what? Mm, There are some servers wherein your license keys are um, belong to a machine, only one machine, right? If you change the machine, then they are gone. So how do you manage it on AWS? You have something called HSM. This gives you dedicated FIPS, whatever those. I never used it, so I'm not that familiar with this, but you have an option using Cloud HSM. BYO, bring your own licenses for Windows or SQL. This is what I'm talking about, right? You cannot have it on any EC2 you want because EC2 machines you might or might not know, but on AWS side, there will be a big server. And using the virtualization software, they split it into multiple EC2 machines. So you are sitting here, this is you, and this another EC2 on the same. Remember, this is the same big server. When you provision in EC2, don't think that they are provisioning a physical server for you. No, they have a big server, they are just virtualizing it. Like think about you installing VMwares on your computer. You can install 4 VMwares. So each VMware, think of it is like each VMware machine, think of it as like somebody else provisioning an EC2. So you are technically sharing the same server. Multiple companies might be sharing the same servers. You, somebody else outside your company, right? But don't think you can hack into theirs, etc. Since it's the same hardware. No, the virtualization software is so strict that you cannot do that. Anyways, so this kind of setup you cannot use Windows SQL per core socket licenses. Why? Because let's say you spun this, you shut it down, then you spin it again, then it won't be on this server, it will be some other server. So you cannot use these kind of licenses there. So you have to have a specific type of EC2 machines, and of course, AWS does give you that option. And it's called dedicated hosts. You have reserved hosts, you have dedicated hosts. And what we are looking here is for dedicated host. Only this type of host you can use to have, bring your own licenses because this in behind the scenes gives you a physical server just for you. It gives that server for you. It won't let any other people install their on it for you. Host visibility affinity required by many license terms. Under your control, for generation using cryptographic keys. And as soon as you see cryptographic keys, you are going to use KMS. No, they are talking about your control. Okay? That's why this. For some reason, I think some, I don't understand. Maybe I incorrectly put it this here. Which COF perspective you will use for identities at scale? I mean, we are in the domain of security and they are talking about a perspective. I think there is a security perspective, if I'm not wrong. Yes. This focuses on identity, access management, device controls, etc. And again, in the exam, they won't tell you like this question is part of this domain. So, but here, since I'm doing it, you know that. So, you want to store and retrieve secrets securely. Sthita Pragnans, you need to answer this. When I say you need to, you need to. Okay, it's not a request because I am very strict. Okay, when I uh, teach you something, I expect you to remember it, write it down, and all that. So, which service do you use to store and retrieve secrets? AWS Secrets Manager. Okay, the source, database credentials, API keys. It supports encryption at rest, fine-grained IAM, and it also does automatic rotation. Group users, you want to group users and grant permissions. How can you do that? Of course, using IAM. You put users in IAM groups, then you will attach least privilege policies to the groups and you will manage them centrally. Always remember the security best practice is least privilege, principle of least privileges, which means only give access to what is required. Don't just give, it's too much work for me. So I will just make him admin, he can do whatever. No, it doesn't work that way. That's against principle of least privileges. Remember this word. In interviews, you can use that word. It's a fancy word. Principle of least privileges, which just means you give access to what is needed. Okay, again, shared responsibility, Lambda. You already know the answer. You are responsible for writing the code and for giving permissions. And AWS manages the underlying servers, OS, runtime scaling, and all that awesome stuff. You want to find who did what and when did they do it. Sthita Pragnans. Yell loud wherever you are. It is CloudTrail. Why? Because it records API calls, events like which user, which role, what action, with what time, what is their IP. You can query to find who deleted or changed resources as well. Immediate security win. How? Using MFA for privileged users. Pair with least privilege and no root access keys, that is an immediate security win for any company. And if you want to improve security, again the same thing. Enable MFA with Cognito for your app users, and then you use Trusted Advisor security checks to catch any misconfigurations. And again, Trusted Advisors is kind of similar to AWS config, not in the functionality, but in the sense of it doesn't prevent it. It's not a prevention mechanism. It uh, triggers it and informs you it later on after it happened. You need to manage crypto keys for dedicated HSMs. We already spoke about it. Cloud HSM, which gives you a single tenant validated key control. You will use KMS for most managed integrated key needs, but you will pick when you require exclusive custody or custom crypto. Who does the security of the cloud? Of course, it's AWS. Security in the cloud, it's the customer. Right? AWS secures the cloud infrastructure facilities, hardware, network, hypervisor. Hypervisor is the thing that separates your EC2 from somebody else's EC2 on the same machine. And managed service control planes. Customers secure in the cloud, like permissions, data, config, etc. Complaints reports and attestations. What is the tool that provides you complaints reports? AWS Artifact. This is a self-service portal for SOC, PCI, ISO reports, certifications, and customer agreements you can download for audits and vendor risk reviews. Again, if you need some evidence for auditors, what do you need to do? Well, again, of course, it depends on what evidence they are asking for. But usually config, what does it do? This continuously records resource configurations and changes, and it lets you define config rules to evaluate compliance. Its histories and compliance reports are audit evidence, like this S3 public was never, sorry, this bucket was never public. You can show the report, and then the auditor will be like, oh, okay, I trust this tool and what it is telling you. So how do you do SSO across many accounts? Well, using Identity Center. It gives users one portal and you centralize permission sets mapped to roles in accounts in organizations. Shared responsibility, but which service workspace? If you don't know what this is, how do I put it? Um, it's like you have a laptop, but your laptop is not that great. Yeah, it's a basic laptop. You have 2 GB RAM, etc. But for some of your editing or gaming or etc., you need a high config one. But you don't want to purchase it. Instead, you want to host it in cloud. There you go. That's workspace. You can uh, buy machines on workspace. You can pick whatever config you want. You might be thinking, why do I need that? I will just go and buy a laptop. Well, when you buy a laptop, you whether you use it or not, you will put it in the home. You are paying money for that, right? Whereas, let's say you only use once a week or once a month. Do you want a laptop for that? No, you spin a workspace like cloud. It's also called as cloud. You can call it as like cloud PC, right? Anyways, that's workspace. Now they are talking about what are the shared responsibilities by you. What do you do? What do AWS do? Well, AWS, as usual, it is responsible for environmental safety and security of the infrastructure that is hosting the workspace, like which facility, which hardware, the network. And you, as usually, policies and MFA configurations and logging choices that you do. Use your existing IDP identity provider for AWS access. Like this is an example is Microsoft AD, Active Directory, right? That is an identity provider. How do you do that? Say the pregnant, you know the answer. I gave you my company example. You use identity center. This federates with external IDPs using SAML, right? I have my own, let's assume that this is my email ID. Let's assume this is my Microsoft AD account. Now I want to use this to log into AWS. I don't want to create a user on AWS. So using Identity Center, you bring in all the AD accounts, then you map them to the required role on AWS. So once when I use this to log into AWS, it will show all the roles that I have access to. Then I pick the roles and log into that respective account. And you use if you have your accounts in that and all this stuff, awesome stuff. Okay. Self-service complaints reports. As soon as you see complaints reports to the pregnancy, what should come to your mind? AWS Artifact. Okay, this provides on-demand access to all these reports. What are the IAM best practices? You need to rotate credentials regularly, and usually most companies do it 90 days. Some companies do 45 days. It depends on the company. And enable multi-factor authentication. I mean, MFA, we are even doing it for all our email accounts and whatnot. So that's especially for privileged identities like your root user and etc. And do avoid this. Don't ever use root for daily work. And don't share your keys or long-lived access keys on. Don't put long-lived access keys on EC2. Best practice is to use IAM roles for EC2 instances and pretty much every other service. What does AWS secure? We already know what it secures. Anything like hardware, infrastructure, virtualization layers, physical security of the hardware facility. And you secure data, permissions, your applications, and configurations. So, did I repeat it again? Yeah, same. You already know that. Network layer DDoS protection. Do you know what the answer is? Of course, you know. It's the AWS Shield. Standard is automatic. You can switch to advanced if you want the DRT. And this protects against L3, L4 DDoS. And don't go for WAF. You already know that, right? WAF is web application firewall. This filters HTTP layer or firewall, etc. And GuardDuty, you already know it detects threats. It doesn't block traffic. It just detects threats. Detecting is something, blocking is something. This blocks, this blocks, this detects. Again, simple security. What is it? Rotate your access keys regularly. Prefer roles over long-lived keys. Rotation reduces blast radius if a key leaks, right? If you are using the same keys, for example, uh, I noticed in some of the projects I worked on, for production database passwords, guess what passwords they put? The password is password 1 or password 123. Guess what? These are production database credentials. Governance, complaints, audit trail. Trail. As soon as it says trail, the answer is AWS Cloud Trail, right? This records who did what, when, from where access accounts. And if you want to do continuous threat detection, we spoke about it. GuardDuty. This does threat detection. But how does it do it? Of course, it uses other services to do the detection. And some of them are CloudTrail, VPC flow logs, DNS logs. So it uses all the logs that comes from here, and then it detects anomalies using machine learning and whatnot. So detects anomalies, credential misuse, crypto mining, trojans, data exfiltration, etc., across accounts. Sign in for web and mobile. So there is an AWS service for it. For example, if you ever logged into some app, third-party app, they might have these logins, right? Like Facebook login or Google login, even though they are not Facebook and Google. So that service, AWS has it. It's called Amazon Cognito. So this is kind of similar to that. I said it's called, I think it's social login provider. It's called social IDP. This provides user pools like authentication, MFA, password policies, hosted UI, and federation to social enterprise IDPs plus tokens for access. What are your IAM responsibilities? Well, first thing, you need to use IAM according to least privilege. Grant only the permissions required. What is that called? Fancy word I said, principle of least privileges. You need to protect credentials often, enforce MFA, right? Whereas AWS secures the underlying infrastructure, not your users. You need to detect compromised resources or credentials. How do you do that? Well, we already discussed GuardDuty. It continuously flags suspicious behaviors like unusual API calls. And what does it use? CloudTrail logs to do that. To mine this. So you can respond before damage spreads. But it doesn't stop it. You identify, then you can stop it. Store your password, secret, secure, rest the pregnancy. What is the answer? AWS Secrets Manager. Correct? You want to host a server in a specific geography. How do you do that? Well, using AWS global footprint. It's all over the world, right? Which is using the regions. So you will pick the right region to place your workloads in the chosen country or area. For example, if you want to put it in India, you pick Asia Pacific, and then I guess you have in Hyderabad data centers, New Delhi, etc. How do you change your IAM password? Using either console or using AWS CLI. Okay. Identify people in a video. Let's assume you have a movie video. I think AWS has a service that detects celebrities. But if you want to identify people in a video, for example, actually this is an excellent use case where, let's say you have a camera right outside your home, and you want to. Sometimes people walk around and all that. You don't want to get notified, but if you want to get notified when strangers come in front of your door, then you can use this app, then have all the people put it into the database so that it will recognize them, and you can say anybody who is not in this, send me a notification, something like that. Well, the application we are talking about is recognition. This detects face, labels, text in image, any moderation, and video analysis, performs video analysis. Okay, so the software we are talking about is recognition to identify people in the video. We already know the best practices, right? Create these, use groups to put them in, avoid sharing access keys or granting broad privileges. These reports to the pregnancy, it's artifact, right? You download the reports directly from AWS artifact. You want to encrypt Aurora databases and some options. How do you do that? Again, encryption on AWS, it's KMS. Customer is responsible for enabling encryption and managing KMS keys or policies. AWS operates this service, but key management or enablement is a customer choice. It's optional, right? If you don't want to do it, you don't do it. But it's the customer's choice, not AWS. It doesn't enforce you to use it. What is your job and responsibilities? The pregnancy, remember, data, configuration, applications, and IAM for access and roles, etc. Right? You manage the guest operating systems on EC2 instances. Remember, it's called guest operating system because you are on a virtual server. When you spin an EC2, it's a virtual server on a physical machine behind the scenes. So it's the guest operating system. When you install an OS in a virtual box on your computer, it's called guest, and your actual laptop OS is called host. Similarly, we don't get to manage host operating system. That is what AWS does for you. When you spin an EC2, that is called a guest operating system. You manage it and you patch it and all this on EC2, remember. Whereas AWS manages the host OS, hypervisor, hardware, and facilities. Okay, this is again repeating. You know the answer, artifact. Find sensitive data. If it is on S3, you know the service. What is the service name? It's called Macy. Correct? This scans S3 with machine learning to detect personally identifiable information or sensitive data, labels findings, integrates with AWS security flows. Who did what via API? Trail. It's CloudTrail. Correct? See what services a user actually used. Again, you might be thinking Trail, but here it's talking about what services a user actually used. You can still go to the CloudTrail and look at all the logs, but again, you need to, anything that is done on the cloud is registered there. It gives you so much other stuff as well, right? You need to get all that information, then create some process on top of it to identify the services a user actually used, right? Let's assume that a person is leaving tomorrow. It's the last day. Now you want to see what all they services they used before that. So you have a tool for that. It's called IAM Access Analyzer. And under it, you will see service lost accessed data to view which services a principal has accessed within a chosen date range, which is great for right sizing, right? If a person didn't use a service for 90 days, they don't need it. It's that simple. So this kind of right sizing you can do using IAM Access Analyzer. Social login for your website. The pregnancy we just discussed about it. Social IDP, identity provider. What is it on it's Amazon Cognito. Social login, it just means some websites use Google login, some use Facebook login, some use blah blah blah. Similarly, Amazon has something called Cognito. Right? See, other examples are Google, Apple, Facebook. Apple has it. I never saw any websites using Apple. I have seen Facebook and Google, but I even seen Amazon, but not Apple. You might be thinking, why should we use those? Well, you can write your own code to manage user logins on your website, but again, some people don't trust you, right? Maybe you're just collecting their information and passwords. Whereas if you use something called Amazon, you don't get to see the passwords of the users, even though it is your own website. You don't get to see their passwords or anything like that. Temporary credentials. If you want to give temporary credentials for someone to a service, then there is something called STS, short. I forgot what it is called. Mm, You can leave a comment and let me know. But this one issues short-lived credentials. Using what? Whenever you use a role or assume a role, it creates keys for you behind the scenes, but they are short-lived. And whenever you use federation tokens for users or apps, it creates short-lived credentials for you. Theta pregnancy, as soon as you see DDoS, what should come to your mind? Shield. Okay. And whether it is standard or advanced depends on if you want the team or not, DRT. What does CloudTrail do? It's like the 10th time. It records API, console activity, who, what, when, where. You want to check who has MFA enabled. How do you do that? You already know the answer. Credential report, IAM credential report. You can use that, which uses CSV file, to see users who has MFA, password, and access key status. One place to find all your security findings. Where is that? Well, it's called Security Hub. How convenient, right? Single centralized place for security findings. It's Hub. What Hub? Security. This aggregates, normalizes alerts from GuardDuty, Inspector, Macy, and all the security services that are out there into a single dashboard with compliance checks. So the pregnancy, if you want to discover PII in S3, what is it? It's Macy. Macy. And you want to download compliance report. What is it? Artifact. Easiest way to show user or key status. And you know the answer using IAM credential report. You want managed policy. It lacks needed permissions. A managed policy lacks needed permissions. What are you going to do? You will create a custom IAM. Managed policy means AWS already created some policies for you. They are called managed policies because AWS manages them. But not all managed policies will have the permissions you need, right? In those cases, what will you do? You will create your own custom IAM policy with the exact least privilege permissions you need, and then you will attach it appropriately to the role or user you want or group. Who rotates IAM access keys? The customer rotates keys regularly. Or better, use roles to avoid long-lived keys. I don't think any company uses keys. Uh, we used to use them 5 years ago, but we moved because of constant key rotation and whatnot. It's a hassle. So instead, you just use roles. Shared responsibilities, we already know AWS, any physical, environmental controls are its responsibility. And we have password policies, guest OS, data, blah, blah, blah. You want to find who deleted or changed my EC2. Do you know the answer? Of course you know the answer because it's the CloudTrail. You want to secure, validate data movement. How do you do that? Using data sync, you can move data through internet. It moves files, objects with in-flight encryption, end-to-end integrity checks. Remember checksums and high throughput. And AWS responsibility, we already know it. We have discussed it multiple times. Go through it. You want to list IAM users, password keys, MFA status. It's a brightness. What is it? Identity analyze. I'm sorry, credential report. My bad. You want a report on S3 objects, tags, buckets, and prefixes. This we haven't covered so far. It's called S3 inventory. This actually produces a CSV or this listing produces listings including object tags, storage class, encryption prefix. What is it called? S3 inventory. You want to enforce least privilege? Of course, you can do that. IAM defines users' roles, policies to grant only required permissions. Action that needs the root user. As I mentioned in one of the slide that you should not use root user for your day-to-day operations. But there are certain operations or actions that only root user can do it. And you need to pick one of them. What is it? If you want to delete an AWS account, of course, only a root user can do it, which is rare, of course, but we never know. Okay. What does CloudFront does? It's CloudFront. It's not a CloudTrail. It's not a Cloud Formation. It's not Cloud something. It's called CloudFront. As the name suggests, CloudFront. It's like in the war, some people stand in the front, right? Exactly. This is actually CDN, which is nothing but content delivery network. All it does is it delivers content from one place to another place. That's all it does. Okay. Of course, it does it securely. And this CDN, I don't know what this is. At edge for data, video, APIs with TLS, WAF integration. That's what CloudFront does. How it does, what it details, I'm not going through them. Maybe some other videos. Feeder ranges in networking controls. What is the feeder ranges? Well, if you have ever seen this kind of thing, this is the feeder range. Okay, this just means I think you need to subtract 24 minus 8. So you got 8. So this is 2 to the power 8. You can have that many IPs. When you define that many IPs, okay? You can have, I think, 32. The lower the number, the more IPs that you can. Something like that. I might have explained in one of the video, I forgot. But yeah, you get the idea. That's the CDR range. But it is talking about in networking controls. Like, remember our firewalls? It's talking about what all accept the CDR range as well. L3, which is the security groups, it accepts it. L2, subnet firewall. What is the firewall at subnet level? It's network ACLs or NACLs. We haven't discussed this, but this is security group, the firewall at instance level. Firewall at subnet level is called network ACL. Both accept CIDR blocks for source destination roles, like inbound, outbound, right? Instead of mentioning all the IPs, you can mention IP address / the CIDR range. If you want temporary federated credentials, you already know the answer. STS. As soon as you see temporary credentials, go for STS. Okay, so here you go. Facts about network ACLs. What are they? Now you know security groups, and you have NACL. This is stateless. This is stateful. What does that mean? Stateless. I mean, these are services. Why would they have any state? Well, we are not talking about the state like state, country, and all. This is the state, solid state, liquid state, not even that state. State is like Stateless in the sense, um, it you need to allow the inbound as well as outbound, right? You are going to define rules like I am going to allow this particular traffic, and at the same time, you are going to define rules to tell what is allowed outside as well. That is stateless. That means it doesn't remember what is the inbound traffic to automatically allow it for the outbound, right? For example, think about when you go into a club or something, they check na. In movies, I have seen several times wherein you go a club, they will stop you and check your ID, etc. But do they check it when you go outside? No, they don't. That is stateless. Sorry, no. So that is stateful because that person assuming that he remembers that he let you in, so he lets you out. Since they already let you in, which means you are a good guy, right? You are ID verified, so they will let you out. Whereas stateless means think of the bouncer as he don't have any memory, right? They will while going inside they will check your ID. While coming outside they will check your ID again. Okay, so that's stateless. I hope that clears it. Stateful, which is security groups. You only allow the inbound. Whatever traffic you allowed, it will automatically go out. Outbound is allowed by default. NACLs, it's not. So that's what we are telling here. Stateless, the return traffic must be explicitly allowed. Rule order matters from lowest rule number. This you won't understand unless you see a NACL, which you can check in one of our projects. We have about 100 real-time AWS projects. All you have to do is go to the playlist and watch them. Responsibilities we have seen several times. You configure patch guest OS, not the host OS. They will confuse you. All right, that's about domain 2. I hope you enjoyed. If you enjoyed, you know the drill. If you haven't already subscribed, go ahead and subscribe to the channel, like and comment. And if you feel generous and if you want to donate uh, amount, there is a PayPal link in the description. You can use that to donate as well. I mean, it's not mandatory unless you feel too generous. Now let's cover domain 3, the cloud technology and services. And there are plenty of questions in this one. So bring some coffee or tea, or if you want to eat your lunch, dinner, whatever, do it. There are 200 plus topics in here. Buckle yourself. All right, I hope you took a break. Let's start with Amazon RDS, Relational Database Service. So you have an RDBMS, Relational Database Management System, like Oracle, MySQL, PostgreSQL databases. If you want to host them on AWS, the service that Amazon provides is called RDS. You can have those, not all the databases, but some of them using the service, right? To make database highly available, but the question is about how do you make this highly available, I guess. To make highly available, you should use multi-AZ deployment. That is one of the deployment options available for RDS. What does this do? This automatically creates and maintains a synchronous standby replica in a different availability zone. What does synchronous mean? Okay, there is something called synchronous, then there is something called asynchronous, right? Synchronous means you insert a record into your database. So multi-AZ means multiple availabilities. Also, you have an AZ here, you have an AZ here. So let's assume if you picked Ohio or something, it will be Virginia. If you pick, I guess it's East. So you will have 1A, East, 1B. So when you see A and B, these are different availability zones, right? So when you insert a record into this, so multi-AZ means you will have your database running mm, at the same time on both the availability zones. When you insert a record, it inserts it Do you think the application says that, okay, you inserted it correctly? No. You have to insert it here also. Once you insert it in both the places, then it is going to say, I inserted the record successfully. This is synchronous. Synchronous means it has to happen on both, then only. Asynchronous means it will write to this first and then it will say that I inserted. It doesn't care if it wrote to this. Asynchronous means it will copy it later on, not real time. That's asynchronous. So here, this one, this AZ multi-AZ, it's synchronous. It's a standby replica in a different AZ to provide automatic failover. In case if this fails, this will automatically make this as the primary, this as and add this maybe something else as a secondary. Forget, what is it? Well, if you know containers, Dockers, etc., Fargate it's a serverless compute with containers, right? If you have containers and if you want to utilize a serverless service on AWS to deploy them, then here you go. It removes the need to provision and manage servers. You can do it, but if you want a serverless, why do you do it? Letting you focus only on running your containers, right? And we already know about auto scaling. Let's learn about EC2 auto scaling. Why do you use it? To minimize cost for web servers with varying usage. Correct? Why would you use auto scaling? Because you don't know the demand. So when you have the demand, increase. When you have no demand, decrease. That's why you varying usage. You deploy instances in ASG. It's called ASG auto scaling group. Auto scaling adds or removes instances automatically based on the demand. S3. Can you host a static website using S3? Of course, you can do that. It's very simple. In order to host the website with least operational effort, if the question asks, my requirement to is to host a website, static website. Remember this very important. And dynamic, static. With least operational overhead, your answer should be S3. All you need to do is put a HTML file. Is you can directly serve this without any servers. Using S3, you can do that. We spoke about multi-agent deployment, right? It runs applications across multiple availability zones and region provides in a region which provides resilient, high availability architecture in case of one also fails. Remember, I think when we spoke about dedicated host, we spoke about reserved. So dedicated host is a type of instances. Then there is reserved instances as well. So using reserved or dedicated, you need to have either 1 or 3 year commitment for the EC2 instances. So why would you go with that? You will be like, isn't it similar to buying one? Well, trust me, there are so many discounts when you go for 3 years, and you won't go for a commitment if you don't have a use case. Trust me. There will be applications you will be continuously running throughout the day. Then you, instead of going with pay as you go, you will go with this. It's like think of about like lease versus buying it. I mean, even leases are expensive, so that's a bad example. Let's assume think some service. I don't have anything on top of my head where you only use, once in a while, right? Compare that with, somebody who uses it every day. The person who uses it once in a while, why does he has to buy a car or something like that, right? Instead, he rents a car. Whereas a person who needs a car for his whatever reasons, then the best option is to buy it instead of renting a car, right? Same thing here. If you know that you are going to use your server 24/7, pay as you go becomes expensive. Instead, you are going to buy that, or not buy it, but reserve it for 3 years or 1 year. So this is going to provide you with maximum cost savings instead of compared to shorter commitments, right? So reserved instance. If the question says 1 year or 3 year commitment, go with this. And then the opposite is spot instances. right? You have spot instances, you have reserved instances, you have dedicated instances, right? We have others we'll discuss as we go, but spot instances are completely opposite. What are these? Well, did you ever think about like AWS, when you spin an EC2, it's not like you're spinning the cluster behind it, the cluster, not the cluster, the server behind it. The server is already running behind the scenes. You are just virtualizing, you are just creating your own packet on the server, right? Just like others has EC2, EC2. So if you don't have these two EC2s, then it's empty, it's running there, right? Behind the scenes. Don't you think that is AWS just spinning those clusters for no reason? Isn't it lost for them? Well, even they got that idea, like we are spinning them for no reason, right? So what they do is whatever the compute power that is available, they bid it. Yeah, you heard me. They bid it. You know bidding, right? Where I think there is a TV show where they bid containers, right? Um, Similarly, these guys they bid unused compute space. Alright, it's not like an auction where there is a person. It happens online on AWS. So what you do is, then you might be thinking like, how does that work? Well, when compute power is available, they put it on the auction, and when everyone wants the compute power, then it is taken out of the auction. Then you might be thinking, what if you picked a spot instance, you are running your application, and during that time the demand was off, so they removed the compute power. What happens to my application? Well, your application will fail. That's why spot instances is not appropriate for all the applications. But why would you want to use spot? Because compared with an EC2 uh, on-demand instance, as I mentioned previously, this right there is on-demand as on-demand is the expensive one among all this, and spot is the cheapest, 90% off compared with on-demand. Reserved is kind of around 60-65%, dedicated something like that. Okay, so where did we go now? Okay, here we go. Yes, spot instances are way cheaper, 90% cheaper than on-demand, but it's not appropriate for all workloads. If your application can withstand a failure and restart where it left off, then go for spot instances. The question clearly mentions interruptions. Your application should tolerate interruptions, then you will go for spot instances. Like big data analytics, right? Spot instances, they are most cost effective options. AWS budgets, as the name suggests, you use it to budget, right? You set up budgets to track your monthly spend and you get alerts. If you open your free AWS account, don't think that everything you have there is free. Okay. What I do is whenever I open a new account, I immediately go to budgets and then I put like, if my bill goes more than half a dollar, send me an email. That way, if I spend some service and forgot to stop it, and if the amount is accumulating, then it lets me know if my bill goes beyond half a dollar. Trust me, you will forget. Let's say you have an EC2 instance, you ran it, but you forgot to remove the storage that you assigned to it later on. So the costs keep on accumulating for the storage. So this helps you with that. You want to optimize your EC2 costs and you want to size it accordingly. What do you do, or which tool you will use? Cost Explorer for right sizing, or to get insights on idle or underutilized, right? If an EC2 is sitting idle for too much time, then it is underutilized, or not under, but it's idle. Why do you want, for example, let's say you bought a reserve for 3 years, and out of 24 hours, 20 hours you are not doing anything. So this can identify that. Underutilized, let's assume that you have 8x machine, whereas you only need 2x. Most of your CPU and RAM is not used most of the time. So this will tell you that as well, so that you can appropriately change it to um, the required instance. And then you use compute optimizer to get analysis on CPU, memory, and input output. So you use both of these to get the recommendations to resize as well as modify EC2 for better performance. What is CDK languages? AWS CDK languages. Cloud Development Kit. This will let you define your infrastructure in real languages such as TypeScript and Python. It also supports Java, C Sharp, Go. So the code compiles to CloudFormation templates behind the scenes. But you write it in these languages using this kit. Behind the scenes, it converts to CloudFormation. That's another story. If you are interested in how all this works, again, check the projects playlist. We have 100 real-time projects done there. All you have to do is go watch them. Provision infrastructure programmatically. How do you do that? Simple. Infrastructure as code, IAC, you can use, but this is programmatically, not differently. So again, you use CDK because you use the program language that I just mentioned to define and provision infrastructure as code. So you are going to write it in Python and etc. Then it is going to convert it into infrastructure as code like the cloud formation. This enables versioning, reuse, automated deployments, etc. Your isolated network in AWS. What do you call this? With the pregnancy, I mentioned those boxes. Remember levels? How does your network isolated in AWS Cloud? VPC, Virtual Private Cloud. You create this to get a logically isolated section of the cloud where you control your IP ranges, subnets, routing, and NSEL security. As I mentioned, VPC involves so many things. How each one fits? Again, check our projects. Why cloud formation templates and what are they even? What is cloud formation? You use cloud formation to write code to deploy resources or provision resources. For example, if you want an EC2 machine and then you want to install some applications on top of it or install some software on top of it, you can do it using management console, but that's not how it is done in companies. Okay, they use either cloud formation or we use Terraform at my company. Okay, in here you write code and this code is like you tell what all you want to provision, etc. And then it talks to AWS using AWS SDKs and whatnot and APIs, and then it does it for you, right? It automates, standardizes provision. So environments are, so all you need to do is use these templates. You create this once and just deploy it in your dev account, QA account, and prod account. You don't have to again provision each one manually. Just run these templates. What are the managed relational databases on AWS? As I mentioned, you use RDS to run a relational databases where AWS handles the installation, patching, backups, and minor version updates. Managed graph database. Do you think there is an option on AWS? Of course. It's called Amazon Neptune. This is a fully managed graph workloads optimized for highly connected data and graph queries. Containers without servers. We already know this. What is it called? Forget. If you want to run your containerized tasks without managing EC2 machines, it's a serverless. This is serverless, just like Lambda. You can define your CPU memory. Forget handles the fleet. Imagine Lambda, but Lambda has a limit of 15 minutes, right? This doesn't have that limit. You want to copy resources across regions. Remember, this is resources, not data. Can you do that? Of course, you can do that. How? Using cloud formation. As I mentioned, you create stack sets, or you create cloud formation template, which is nothing but a code. Um, you already have them on dev. You want to do it in QA copy. How do you do that? Just run that in that account, and that's it. Right? Use that to replicate your stacks and create copies of resources across regions from a single definition or a template. I don't know why this ended up here. For managed databases like RDS, AWS RDS, AWS performs automated backups. We already know that. So customers still need to configure their retention or restore and secure their data access. That is still with customers no matter whether it is managed or not managed. You are required to perform a one-time EBS, elastic block storage. There are different types of storages, right? EBS, then you have S3, then you have EFS, right? In order to do this backup, you will create EBS snapshot for a point in time backup of an EBS volume, incremental, and then you store it in S3 under the hood. Okay, how do you do it? Using this one. Easiest to start for web apps. How do you do that? Well, there is a tool called Amazon Lightsail. It's meant for a simplified, bundled experience. This creates instances to run the web server, any database that you might need, networking, and its fixed pricing. This is ideal for developers new to AWS because you don't know these services, right? So you don't know what to do, how to do it. But Lightsail solves the problem for you. Well, are there any NoSQL databases on AWS? Of course, and it's called DynamoDB, which is a fully managed NoSQL key value document store with single millisecond latency and automatic auto scaling and its serverless operations. Serverless means you don't provision the database will already be there, you create your tables, that's it. You have a global website and you want low latency. How? Remember CloudFront, which is the content delivery network. You will use this to cache and deliver your site close to users worldwide. How do you do that? Well, just like there are regions, availability zones, data centers, etc., there are things called edge locations. These are everywhere. Okay. Um, let's assume that the website is hosted in US, but somebody from India is querying it, right? So usually the first time you query it, or first time, let's assume there is user one, you are user two. User one already queried that kind of data from the website. So the first time one queries it, it copies those and caches them on these edge locations. And when you query, this guy goes here, right? And he gets the data, but it copies it here. But when you query the same data, it doesn't go here. Instead, it gets it from. You got that, right? So it caches it at edge locations. Why? To reduce the latency and offloading your origin. Got it? And the caching, you can mention the time to live and whatnot. It's called TTL. There are so many settings you can put so that the data code don't get stale. And what is the service that you need to use for a conversational chatbot? It's called Amazon Lex. Think of Alexa, where you can do the conversation, but you talk and all that. Chatbot is something where you chat. So Alexa, remove the A from the beginning and end, then you will get Lex, right? Alexa, remove this and this, sorry, this, then Lex is what is left. So it's a chatbot where you can build conversation. Whenever you go to a website, there will be talk to me, ask me. Yeah, those are chatbots. And maybe they are using Amazon Lex behind the scenes. Oh, looks like this also has automatic speech recognition and natural language understanding. You want to monitor disk write spikes on EC2. How do you do that? Well, for any metrics on different AWS services, you use something called CloudWatch. It has metrics and as well as alarms. And then you have dashboards to monitor your disk IO. For example, volume of write operations, write bytes, and alerts on spikes. You can do all that using CloudWatch. There are different S3 classes if you haven't already known, and you are supposed to pick one where you need to access files very rarely, and there are so many small files with immediate retrieval. So rarely you access, but when you access, you need to get immediate retrieval. What S3 class do you use? Okay, well, you are going to use standard infrequent access. Why? Because we rarely access it. And we are looking for an immediate, so you are going to go with S3 standard. I mean, depends on what they are offered there, but yeah, infrequent is rarely, isn't it? If once in a like 3 to 4 times a year, then you will go with something else that we'll discuss later on, but now you got the idea here. You want to secure the connection between on-premises to AWS. How do you do that? And you have less than a week time. This is very important. The answer is you will use site-to-site VPN because this is a site and AWS is a site. So you are going to use site-to-site VPN. And by the way, if instead of from on-prem, if it is remote, for example, you are working from remote, your home, then it's not site-to-site, right? So remember, site-to-site means this. You are going to use site-to-site VPN. There is another option which is called direct connect. What this does is literally you have to work with your local network internet provider to lay cables between your company's data center and AWS data center. They are going to literally put cables that connects these two, but this takes at least 1 month. I mean, you already know how it that laying down works, right? It takes more, but at least 1 month. And the question asks 1 week, then you need to go with this one. And you need to pick a service that converts text to speech. What is it? It's called Poly. Poly converts text to speech. And there is another service that converts speech to text as well. We will talk about that later. But this one, remember, text to speech. You want a private dedicated connectivity, no public internet. How is that possible? Remember I mentioned direct connect? You have your on-prem data center, then you have AWS. You are going to cables direct connection. If you don't have this, whatever the communication we are doing, when you access YouTube, what is happening? You are going through the public internet where everyone uses it. But this is private internet. Only this is called AWS backbone internet. Only AWS communication through this it goes through. No, not public. The public is everybody uses it. So here we said you need a dedicated. In the dedicated space, you cannot use any VPN because VPN uses public internet, but securely. But still, it uses the public internet. So you cannot use the site-to-site VPN. Instead, you need to use direct connect because it doesn't use public internet. It uses private internet. Dashboards and charts from business data. Very easy. Dashboards. As soon as you see dashboards, you are talking about a reporting tool, and on AWS you only have one. Luckily, that's called QuickSight. Got it? It's called QuickSight. Benefit of elastic load balancer. As the name suggests, it balances the load on your servers. How does it do it? So you get traffic, let's say you get 100 traffic, then you have a bunch of servers. Depending on how you are distributing it, you can do that. You can mention how you want to distribute it. It distributes it 33, 33, 34, something like that. Right? All it does is it distributes this traffic across multiple compute targets to improve the availability. How it does it, what methods, there are different methods, you can learn about that later on. But that's the benefit of elastic load balancer. Managed NFS file system for AWS compute. What is it called? It's called Amazon EFS, which uses the NFS protocol as well, right? This provides elastic POSIX compliant NFS for EC2 EKS lab. So what is the AWS service for NFS? EFS. Standardized environment copies. We already discussed this. You will use CloudFormation to replicate your infrastructure that was on dev and other environments. Of course, when you go to production, your server sizes they increase and whatnot. That you will parameterize obviously. You want a private connectivity connection from on premises to AWS. What is it? The pregnancy. As soon as you see private, it is direct connect. AWS direct connect. That is the only private connectivity. Gives you private connectivity. Customer patch. When do you patch? You, not AWS. Well, you patch guest OS on EC2 instance. Haha, wow, exactly how I worded. AWS handles the underlying infrastructure. Now you see this. Previously we were asked text to speech. We picked Polly. Now it's speech to text. It's not Dolly. It's called transcribe. Okay? Transcribe. You are translating into scribe, which is like text script, right? Speech to text. You know the what are they called? Uh, scribes. It's called something in your when you go to a doctor's office, there will be scribe. It's called something. Oh my God, I'm very bad at it. When doctor is saying something, they just stay there and write it. Right now, then they might be using AIs, but that's what they used to do. So what they do is when doctor talks, they write into text. They convert into text. So right, transcribing. Technically, they were doing it, and here this does it right now. Um, most of these Zoom meeting, Teams meeting, they use this. Right, when you enable your meeting, it creates notes for you. What is the GUI you use to manage AWS? Simple. It's called Management Console. You need 1 year non-stop EC2 cheapest. We already discussed. When the question says 1 or 3 years and cheapest, the only answer is reserved instances. And then even in reserved instances, you have multiple options. No upfront, partial upfront, all upfront. And you already know the answer, right? Whenever you are buying something, when you make all upfront, then they'll give you some discount. Partial upfront, little bit discount. No upfront, no discount. Similarly here, if you pay all 1 year's cost upfront, then you will get the maximum discount for predictable and non-interruptible usage. You need to do ongoing optimization and also security checks. Anytime you see the word checks, then you need to use Trust Advisor. This provides best practice recommendations across, as I mentioned, I think 5 areas: cost, performance, security, fault tolerance, and quotas. You want to track monthly EC2 cost or usage. How do you do that? Remember the service that we mentioned, budget. Just like you can create a budget for your household expenses, same thing the budgets you will use for your services. It lets you track and alert on cost and usage. against monthly targets. You want short, interruptible EC2 jobs. Sthita Pragnas, as I said, whenever the question clearly puts the word interruptible, your jobs are interruptible, applications are interruptible, short, etc. Just go with spot instances. That's it. Because these provide highest discounts, which are ideal when interruptions are acceptable. You are looking for a content delivery network where it caches at the edge, and the answer is CloudTrail, which caches content at edge locations for lower latency. You are looking for private S3 access from VPC. Again, I mean, you see private doesn't mean to go for direct connect. The direct connect gives you the ability to connect from on-prem to your AWS. But here from S3, you might be thinking, what? Is it S3 AWS service? Doesn't that mean it privately talks to, um, other services in within your VPC? If you had that question, then let me clarify you. Let me take this as an opportunity and give you some little explanation. This is your VPC. These are your subnets. Okay, these are your security groups. Subnet, subnet 2, security group 1, security group 2, security group 3, security group 4, and you have your EC2 server here, EC2 1, EC2 2, EC2 3, EC2 4. Now, from one of these EC2 instances, you want to access S3. Do you think the S3 lives inside your VPC? Of course not. Did you ever think why would that be the case? Well, not just you. So many other people use S3, right? S3 is not a service like EC2 that you are provisioning. S3 is serverless. Everybody uses it. So those kind of services, they don't live within your VPC. Instead, they live outside your VPC. Step functions, event bridge, I mean SNS, SQS, I can name. The list goes on. Now, from your EC2, you want to connect to S3. And as soon as you go outside your VPC, you are entering the public internet. But not all companies are comfortable going through public internet. They want to go through the private internet. Then how? You cannot lay down a cable connection between the S3 service and that, right? No, it's not possible. So for that, you have something called endpoints, or in particular, they are called VPC endpoints, right? Since you are connecting from your VPC to these points, these are endpoints, they are called VPC endpoints. And luckily for us, there are only two types of endpoints. One is called a gateway endpoint. Its short name is not this. I think gateway endpoint. Yeah, I think GWEP. Then there is another kind of endpoint. I don't remember it. We'll get to that later on. I think in the answer rate they will show you. But when do you use gateway endpoint and when do you use the other one? Well, gateway endpoint only supports you to connect to which are S3 and Dynamo. And when you are trying to connect from within your VPC, you might be thinking like, if you're not connecting from within your VPC, what else, where else you will connect from? Well, I have an on-premise data center. Or my laptop, right? Laptop. My laptop is connected to my company's network, not VPC, right? Unless your laptop is a workspace, that is another story. But your laptop is connected to your home network or your on-prem network, and you are trying to connect it to S3 from there. Now this is not from VPC, so you cannot use gateway endpoint here at all. You will use the other endpoint. Okay, so when you want to connect from VPC to S3 or DynamoDB privately, you will use gateway endpoint. And by the way, this is free. Why? Because You are connecting from AWS to AWS, so it's free. But if you're connecting from on-prem to or your remote network to these, you cannot use gateway endpoint. You will use some other endpoint, and that costs you money. Okay, I think I hope you understood. But you can see that you will use S3 VPC endpoint to reach S3 without an internet gateway or NAT. You don't need a gateway, which is internet gateway. It is called. We will talk about this later on. And you have another means to called NAT, um, where you can connect to the public internet. That's maybe we'll talk about it some other time. But you will use S3 VPC endpoint, or indirectly it is called gateway endpoint. You want to automate deployments to EC2 or on-prem. How do you do that? Well, there is something called code deploy, where you can deploy your code to different servers. So this handles your rolling blue-green app deployments. There are different several types of deployment methods, but technically you will use code deploy. And they will ask you to pick serverless services from XYZ. Forget, we already know it's a serverless service. S3 is a serverless service. Lambda is a serverless service. SQS, SNS, all those are whatever service you don't provision, it's serverless, right? DynamoDB, you just create the table, you don't provision. Athena, you don't provision, you create tables. They are serverless. Image, organization, and search. I think we know oh no, that is video. I think even image it can do it, recognition. Both image and video, it can do it. EC2 on demand, what is the best use case? Clearly, you should not be using the machine 24/7, correct? On demand, you will pick when the use case is if you use it once in a while for unpredictable workloads with no long-term commitment. Because you pay per second per hour and it can scale up and down anytime, and this is costliest option. So you don't use it for continuous use. Instead, unpredictable workloads, use it, shut it down. What is the central hub for many VPCs? Yeah, you know when you have a company, you don't have just one VPC. You can have as many VPCs as you want. Now, if you want to manage all those VPCs, including your on-prem from a central hub, what is the tool to do that? Well, it's called Transit Gateway. This acts as a centralized routing hub. You will have the Transit Gateway here, and you can have on-prem, VPC. You can connect with all this using this one. One endpoint, but you have many EC2 targets. How are you going to do that? Using load balancer again, correct? People or the user comes from one endpoint, but you can have multiple EC2 load balancer, sense it. But there are different types of load balancers. You have a network load balancer, application load balancer, and gateway load balancer. Application load balancer load balances HTTP, HTTPS traffic. Network load balancer does UDP traffic, XYZ. You get the idea. And this uses a single DNS name. ALB uses. S3 capacity, there will be a question. And the answer is it's unlimited, yeah. It's virtually unlimited. You just scale your buckets without capacity planning. AWS versus you for S3, but what are they talking about? Well, they're talking about the shared responsibilities. Uh, we know that it protects infrastructure that runs S3, like the servers behind the scenes, facilities, software. All you do is configure policies, data in the buckets, versioning, and lifecycle. What is the managed NoSQL database on AWS we spoke of? DynamoDB. For global performance and availability, you use global accelerate, as the name suggests. What this does is it provides you with static anycast IPs and it routes users to the optimal regional endpoint. Like if you are in India and if you whatever you are accessing is in USA, it routes it optimally so that you can reach this fast, improving latency and availability. What is the managed SQL Server on AWS? You know the answer, RDS for SQL Server. Then you have RDS for PostgreSQL. You have RDS for MySQL. Okay. But RDS, as you know, it's a managed service, which means AWS does the provisioning, patching, backups, and minor upgrades. So you focus on creating database and tables and what. Stateless network filtering. Remember, we spoke about stateless and stateful. Which one is stateless? Is security group stateless or stateful? See the pregnancy. What is what? Stateless means it doesn't remember you coming inside. Remember the bar example? It doesn't remember you coming inside, so it will check your ID when you come inside, it will check your ID when you go outside, which is network ACL. Stateful is security group, which is it remembers you when you come inside, so it trusts you, so it lets you out without checking. NACLs, they provide stateless, allowed deny rules at subnet level. They are contrasts with stateful security groups. HPC data lakes compute. How do you or what do you use which EC2 instances? Well, for the HPC data, high performance computing, I guess, you use a specified EC2 instance, which is the compute optimized EC2 instances, the instances that start with C for high performance computing needs. You want to perform real-time fraud patterns on graphs and what service you use. As I mentioned, Neptune is the go-to service for graph DBs on AWS. You want to build from source to container and then deploy fully managed. What is the service that we mentioned, fully managed or serverless? Sorry, it says app runner. Never mind. Build from source. Okay, so we are not building it. The service has to build it. Never mind. With the Fargate, you build and you put the containers, but here you need to build from source. App runner, it builds container images from your repo and deploys the service with auto scaling and all that. Okay. Managed SQL databases. We already know that. And they didn't mention which SQL database with minimal operations. Then you have RDS, right? RDS MySQL, RDS Oracle, RDS SQL Server, blah, blah, blah. You want to build, train, and deploy machine learning models. What is the service you use? SageMaker. This is used for the full machine learning life cycle. Like you have notebooks, then you train, you training, you deploy. If you want to use models that are already trained, then you will use Bedrock, AWS Bedrock. And what service gives you advice on is easy to right sizing? We discussed about this with the pregnancy. It is Compute Optimizer, which analyzes historical utilization and recommends better instance types and sizes. If you want to query S3 programmatically, what service do you use? You use Athena. Athena is serverless, as I mentioned. It is SQL. You can run SQL queries directly on S3. You can call it from your code or SDKs for programmatic analysis. You want no interruption EC2 at best price. Right? Interruption means spot instances. When they say no interruption, they are saying don't pick SI. And depending on if they say 1 or 3 years, you will go for result. If they don't mention that, if they say short time, then you will go on demand. Right? So you will go standard result instances, which are most cost effective for guaranteed continuous run. But they have to mention non-interrupted regular use. When to use spot? when it says you have interruptible workloads that can pause, resume, which gives you steep savings. Remote Windows Desktop, we discussed about this. I should have used this name, Remote Windows Desktops, anywhere. What is it? Remember the cloud PC that I mentioned? What is it called? Workspace. That's what Remote Windows Desktop Anywhere is. MySQL on AWS is called RDS for MySQL. Correct? RDS, by the way, supports MySQL, MariaDB, Postgre, Oracle, and SQL. That's it. Those are the only databases there. Unused standard reserved instances, right? Let's say you leased a reserved instance for 3 years, but after 1 year your project went down and you have 2 years worth of unused. What do? You still just pay for it even if you don't use it? Nope. AWS give you an option to sell your unneeded standard reserved instances on easy to reserved instance marketplace. That's it. You need to use a service for intelligent Q&A search. Well, it's called Amazon Kendra, which provides enterprise semantic search to retrieve precise answers from docs or frequently asked questions. S3, you need to access with single digit millisecond. How do you do that? Using something called S3 Express One Zone. That's a new thing in last 1 or 2 years ago. This delivers the lowest latency object access for high throughput millisecond class workloads. You want to move data between AWS storage services. Well, there is a service called Data Sync, which we already discussed. This moves data between on-prem and AWS and also between AWS storage services like S3, SS, FSX at scale with built-in encryption, verification, scheduling, and whatnot. You want to convert your media type for smartphones on the fly. What do you use? You use something called Amazon Elastic Transcoder, which converts video audio into mobile friendly formats. And it's now called Media Convert, appropriately named, I guess. Spending limits and alerts, we already know it. Budgets, it lets you set limits, but alerts, you send it and in email or SMS using that. It's integrated within budgets. RDS high availability across AZs, you already know what is it's called, multi-AZ deployment, right? It creates a synchronous standby in another availability zone and fails over automatically during outages or maintenance. You want to control traffic between specific EC2s. How do you do that? Well, we already know instance level. It's security groups which are stateful, which are at instance level. By the way, you can reference other SGs as source to allow traffic as well, not just IP addresses. And you already know contrast is NSCL, which is stateless, and it acts as a subnet boundary. You want to run on-prem apps with ultra low latency. How can you do that? Not on-prem apps, but you want to use AWS Cloud, but your compliance requirements tells you not to put the data on the cloud. So how are you going to do that? Well, AWS has an option called Outposts. So these are nothing but the infrastructure AWS uses in their data centers to deploy all the services. You can actually have that infrastructure, the servers, racks deployed in your company's data center. So AWS comes with the racks, servers, and they sets it up in your on-prem location. So now, since the physical machines are in your location, you don't have any problem with the complaints. So you can run your on-prem apps, but using cloud services using Outposts. Right? You run AWS services, but on premises, not on the AWS data centers. So apps controlling factory equipment, they get sub-millisecond local latency while staying integrated with AWS. What are the core VPC components? You already know most of them. Subnets, right? Which partitions your VPC sit at. So you have VPC and 192.168.1.1 slash, let's assume 16, right? 16 means 2 to the power 16 IPs. So you split these many IPs into subnets, right? That's what is partition. That's one of them. Internet gateway, you don't know this, right? I have not explained you. Well, you have your VPC, but sometimes, not just within your service, you might want to talk to your public internet, connected to public internet for whatever reason, correct? So now you have to talk to the public internet. VPC, whatever is within this, talks to each other based on your configuration. But if you have to talk to something that is outside your VPC, you need some way to talk to the public, right? That's where the IGW comes. Internet gateway, as the name suggests, it's a gateway to the public internet. This lets you or enables your VPC talk to public internet. Okay, that's another VPC component, right? For public subnets, right? For example, if you want to access S3 publicly, not privately, you need this. Otherwise, it won't work. But if you want to talk to them privately, you already know the answer, you use endpoints. But sometimes there is some service that you want to talk to, but you only want the traffic to be initiated from here, not from there. So IGW, you, you can talk from VPC to public and public to VPC. Most companies don't require this. You only want to this. For example, let's say you want to upgrade a software, right? Then you want to initiate here, not the other way around. So what do you do then? Well, that's where the NAT comes into picture. We have seen this, right? What these do is actually you deploy this in one of your subnets, correct? Your traffic for that will go through NAT. NAT has access to the public, not your application or server. Your application talks to NAT, NAT talks to that. Okay, so you go through this for the access. So NAT restricts the two way. Instead, you only have one way. What? How do you design for component failure? Well, simple. Loose coupling. Don't ever design monolith applications. Always loose coupling. And whenever you see the word loose coupling, these services should come to your mind because these are used for loose coupling, which breaks dependencies with queues. Imagine you have a use case where you have to read, um, let's say you have to read data coming from, I wouldn't say S3, but let's assume that you are getting your data coming from some source and you are reading it directly in Lambda. But that I wouldn't say it's a loose coupling because you are directly reading. What if Lambda fails? Okay, how are you going to reprocess data, etc.? You are going to lose it. So instead, you will have your source, then you will have your SQS, then you will have Lambda, right? So SQS stores all the information. So even if this fails, that's fine. SQS will still have it. You can reprocess it. So on and so forth. Right? Loose coupling. And this is a bad example, but you get the idea. Use small blast radius. If it is monolith, everything fails. But if it is loose coupling like this, even if this fails, that's fine. This is up and running. Even if this fails, that's fine. This is up and running. You want to limit access at subnet level, and you already know it. At subnet level, it is NACL. Automated application deployments. How do you do that? You want to automate application deployments? Well, we already discussed there is a service called code deploy. There are so many deployment methods, but you can use that to do all these deployments. Where to attach AWS WAF roles, web application firewall roles, we discussed about it a while ago. But where do you attach these roles in case you have the roles? Well, you will attach WAF to an application load balancer because this is a application firewall, so you have to add it to a application load balancer. Or you can also attach it to a CloudFront API gateway apps. The ALB becomes the single protected entry point for your web app. Got it? We already know this. Global delivery with low latency. We are looking for a content delivery network. As soon as you see global and delivery, it has to be CloudFront. Outpost, we just discussed about it. They run your AWS services on on-premises data center, not on AWS Cloud Data Center. You get to use the same AWS APIs, tools, control plane as in the cloud ideal. It's ideal when some workloads must stay on premises for regulatory reasons. If you want to reduce interdependencies, again, you will go for loose coupling. We just discussed about it. You want to give client or SDK only access to RDS, least privilege. How do you do that? Simple. You don't create service accounts. Instead, you create an IAM user with programmatic access only. And then you will attach a scoped IAM policy for RDS actions. Right? Console access is not CLA or SDK only. Admin policies are not. Are roles meant for no. That's not it. Why serverless helps? It's an easy winner because you don't manage any infrastructure. AWS does it. All you do is you own the code, security configurations, and monitoring. Weekly, month-end EC2 jobs. Which EC2 instance you will pick? I'm assuming that's what they are trying to say. If it is just weekly and monthly, of course it's not going to be reserved instances because you are only running it either on weekly, monthly. So you will go with on demand because it's infrequent and short-lived. No long-term commitment, right? So that's why. You want cheap non-prod with occasional downtime. So as soon as you see this downtime, occasional, and it's non-prod, it's not production, which means applications can be interrupted. What comes to your mind? Spot instances. You want to scale to demand at lowest cost. How do you do that? Of course, using auto scaling because that's where or that is the one that adds, removes instances based on metrics. So you pay only for the capacity you need while staying responsive. You want to govern who can deploy what. How do you do that? There is something called a service catalog, which will let you publish approved products and it lets you control who can provision, manage, decommission, then enforcing standards and cost security guardrails. So what is it called? Service catalog. You have some unstructured data, but you are looking for a service which is durable, easy to query. NoSQL. We already know the answer. NoSQL database on AWS is DynamoDB. Containers without servers to manage. We already know the answer. What is it? Fargate. Same region, but interdependent facilities. What is it called? Availability zones, right? You just place the EC2 in multiple availability zones within the region. Evenly distributed HTTP traffic. So remember the load balancing? Load balancing, you can distribute it multiple ways. One of them is evenly. So you pick and HTTP traffic, what did we say? A application load balancer, HTTP and HTTPS. If it is UDP traffic, then it is network load balancer. Central hub for many VPCs. I think we have seen this similar question. What is it called? It's called transit gateway. Right? If you have CPU intensive workloads, what instances will you pick? Instance types. You will pick compute size optimized, not memory optimized. If they are memory intensive, then memory optimized. CPU intensive, compute optimized. Simplify many peering relationships. What is peering? Well, let's say you have a VPC here. that belongs to one of your company department. You have another VPC, but for some reason there is a use case that you need to connect these two together. How are you going to do that? Well, there is something called peering. When you establish the peering between these two, it's like you are extending these two VPCs. These will become one big VPC. Okay, that's called peering. Uh, we have done many projects where we did VPC peering in our projects playlist, so check it out. Okay, now, but it says many peering. The VPC peering, this is recommended only if you're trying to connect 1 to 2 VPCs. If it is more than 2 VPCs, this is not recommended because let's say you have VPC1, VPC2, VPC3. Now you need to establish a connection between these two, these two, these two. So you have to establish 3 connections. And as the number increases, the connections increases. So VPC peering one. It says many though. What will you use? Then comes AWS Transit Gateway. You have Transit Gateway in the middle. You can have as many VPCs as you want. Doesn't matter. You have rarely accessed archives, but you want to open them quickly during audits. What S3 class? For archives, you are going to use Glacier by default. As soon as you see archives, it's Glacier. But depending on do you want to access them quickly or after 4 5 hours, after 12 hours, then it comes the next one. So instant retrieval gives you immediate quick open. Then you have other um, types which makes you open like takes 12 hours to open, etc. Like deep archive. You want some quick CI/CD setup. How are you going to do it on AWS? Simple. There is a service which is called code pipelines actually. So code start this gives you a pre-wired CI/CD projects. Basically, that CI/CD project is going to have code commit, which is a Git, and then build. It uses code build, deploy, pipeline, code pipeline. It comes with already pre-bundled, but you need to use something called code start. If you want to download public files, how do you if you want to give that setup? You store the files in S3, then you will provide public or pre-signed URLs for direct downloads. Usually you will give pre-signed URLs. You won't make public, of course. Deploy apps without provisioning servers. Can you do that? Of course we can do that using something called elastic beanstalk. All this needs is your code and which language you wrote the code in. That's it. You upload that and mention which language it is. Then beanstalk automatically provisions the underlying stack like EC2 machines, auto scaling, load balancing, health checks, logs, rolling updates. Remember, you still maintain full control if needed, but you don't build the infrastructure by hand. It does it for you. All you need to do is give your code and the app. Infrastructure by hand or infrastructure, infrastructure as code, IAC it is called. You use cloud formation, right? In raw infrastructure as code. Then code build compiles and tests, code pipeline pushes. So what is the answer? Code cloud formation. If you want that. Okay, it's not code deploy or code build. All right. Whenever you see BI dashboards, there is only one BI dashboard service or tool on AWS. Do you remember what it was? We did a question. It's called QuickSight. Just go with that. Okay. As you can see, that's the QuickSight. You have you have data that's a mix of hot and cold. You were like, huh? Can data be hot and cold? Well, not literally hot and cold. It's not like when you touch it's hot. Hot means the data that you frequently query or read. Cold means you never touch that data, right? So simple. Hard data, cold data. Cold data, you want to archive it since you're not touching it. Nobody's querying it. Hard data, of course, you want immediate results, etc. So they are asking if you have a mix of these two kinds of data, and as you can see, daily and yearly, you access some data, hard data mostly daily, cold data yearly. What S3 class would you choose? I think that's the question. Since it's a mix of two, you cannot have one class, correct? You cannot have in S3 Glacier because that's for cold data. You cannot have infrequent access because you are accessing this daily. So you have to have a combination of standard and Glacier, but you only have to pick one. How do you do that? Well, that's where the intelligence steering comes, right? It decides based on whether people are accessing the data or not. It will transfer it to a different class, right? This is best when you have access patterns vary, which means here they vary, right? Some you are querying daily, some you are querying yearly, so they vary. If the question mentions it doesn't have access patterns, then you will go with intelligent steering or something like this. Or you don't know the access patterns, then you will go for intelligent steering. S3 auto moves objects between frequent and infrequent access tiers to cut storage cost without performance impact for regular access and without retrieval fees for the frequent or infrequent tiers. You may pay a small per object monitoring fee because it has to check whether the data is cold or hot, but it's still cheaper. We already know if you are trying to move from on-prem to hybrid, but let's see what the question is talking about. Hardware, shifting from a local data center to an architecture split between on-prem and AWS or on. So the question is, if you want to have some servers or services on on-prem and AWS, a combination of both. If you have them on on-prem, you call them on-prem. If they're completely on AWS, you call them cloud. But if you have services on both, what do you call it? You call it a hybrid setup, right? So how do you have maintain the hybrid setup? Because you have to connect your on-prem with AWS, correct? And we already discussed this. There are different ways. You can extend your network using site-to-site VPN, or you can have a direct connect if you want dedicated private network between on-prem and AWS, right? You move some systems, keep others local, and use shared identity monitoring, etc. But it's called hybrid. Now, you already know about outposts, but where do they exactly fit? Even you know that, so you can answer that question very easily now. It fits in a hybrid deployment, correct? Why? Because you are bringing AWS hardware and services to on-prem as part of one big hybrid app, right? This is the cloud hardware using cloud services, but you are putting them on the on-prem, so it's kind of considered as hybrid. So you are looking for low-cost archives with occasional retrieval. As soon as you see the word archive, what did I say? You need to put them in Glacier, but the retrieval, depending on the retrieval, you will decide whether you want to go with Glacier instant retrieval or Glacier deep archives, right? So since it mentioned occasional, you would go with flexible retrieval. This is optimized for long term. Glacier is optimized for long term backups or archives. You rarely access, but you want faster restore, which happens in minutes, than deep archive, which happens in hours. It's far cheaper than any of these storage for this use case. So that one. When you see archives, go with Glacier. And when you see lowest, always go with S3 because these are expensive than S3. And depending on the retrieval type they mentioned, then you choose appropriately. Dashboards with ML powered insights. Again, there is only one dashboarding tool on AWS. If you get this question, it's like 100% guaranteed. You will answer it as QuickSight. Cloud contact center with AI. Yeah, AWS has all kinds of services. If you are looking for a contact center or customer care center, but that's on cloud, what is it called? It's called Amazon Connect. Don't get confused with Direct Connect. Those two are not related in any way, but you will see Amazon Connect being in one of the four options for pretty much all the questions. Okay, so it's called Amazon Connect or Connect. Link it with like contact center or customer care center. You want to acquire and release capacity on demand. You already know the answer. Scaling, right? Elasticity, scaling out and in automatically or auto scaling, whatever you want to call. So the capacity matches load and cost tracks usage. Acquiring and releasing, elasticity, right? When you pull, it stretches. When you release, it comes back. It's like when you have demand, add more, scale out. When you don't have demand, scale in. You want to establish secure login to Linux EC2 machine. How would you do that? Well, you're using SSH key pairs, but actually right now, Amazon doesn't recommend you to use SSH key pairs. There are a couple of other options you can use to log in. One of them is using your AWS roles. You can log in without having the key pairs. You keep the private key. EC2 has the public key, enabling secure passwordless authentication. You might have done this. When you spin an EC2 machine, you create the key pair, you download it onto your desktop, you will have the private key on your computer, and whenever you set up the SSH on your computer, and EC2 will have the public key. So using the private key, you can log into the EC2. I mean, anyone who has the key pairs can, so that's why you need to store it securely. Serverless compute, we already know Lambda is one of them, right? It runs your code on demand with no server management whatsoever. All you have to do is open Lambda, write some code, set up some permissions, configuration, VPC, whatnot, and then just execute it. It scales automatically for you. I mean, you have to choose how much memory you want, and your CPU is linked with memory for uh, Lambda. But again, you don't use this to run batch jobs. These are for small jobs because there is a time limit of 15 minutes. Anything you run has to finish within 15 minutes. If it goes beyond 15 minutes, Lambda times out. So it's not your use case. Then you would use Glue or something else, but not Lambda. You can containerize these code and you can run it on Fargate, which is serverless again. But it depends on you what you want to go with. If you just have some Python code, but if it is taking more than 15 minutes, go to Glue. Glue can execute Python code there as well without a time limit. You want to auto adjust EC2 count based on the load. Again, scaling, correct? You create scaling groups with scaling policies. Again, there are different scaling policies. Let me tell you one more time. This is not explaining you all the topics. I have plans to create that content as well, but this is only to prepare for your exam. I put content and explanation relevant only for your exams. That's it. Okay. If you are planning to learn AWS concepts, all the options that are there. For example, here, scaling policies, right? There are different scaling policies, how you want to scale. You can scale based on CPU, memory. Uh, you can scale based on a couple of other things as well. Okay. So this is not about that. The content here is covered basically for the exam. If you watch the entire video multiple times, I will guarantee you will pass 100%. But I won't guarantee you that you will learn 100% of AWS, whatever topics that we are covering here. Okay, that is not this course. That will be some other course. Using different scaling policies like CPU are based on your load balancer request count or custom CloudWatch metrics. Based on this, you can add or remove instances automatically. You want a consistent low latency bandwidth or throughput when you are connecting between on-prem and AWS. How or what you are going to use. You already know there are two things that you can use, site-to-site VPN and direct connect. Correct? Which one will you pick though? I mean, the question will provide, when you say consistent, it's always the direct connect. Why? Because public internet, you cannot guarantee consistency. Why? Because let's say there is a viral news, then everybody wants to be on the public. Sometimes the bandwidth can lower because of that, or for whatever reason, because it's public internet. Nobody knows when people are going to be browsing online, etc. Right? Whereas private, which is a direct connect, no one can do that. Only AWS, right? It's between them and AWS. This is a connection dedicated to you, so you can guarantee consistency. So when it says consistency, then of course direct connect, and even low latency compared with VPN, which goes to public internet, direct connect will be low latency than VPN. But the only downside to this is what? For establishing this, you need to have a cable connection running from your on-prem to AWS, which will take forever. If the question mentions duration like it has to happen within 1 week, etc., then definitely it's not correct. It's VPN. Wide range of instance sizes type. Of course, AWS offers a wide range of instances, sizes and types, and we already have memory optimized instances, CPU optimized instances, graphic optimized instances, storage optimized instances, right? EC2 offers many instance families. You can see general, which are like a balance of memory and CPU. Compute optimized is more CPU. You will have memory optimized, more memory you will have, storage, more storage you will have, accelerated, most likely graphics card, I guess. And sizes, so you can match your CPU memory storage network needs per application. You want to filter or block malicious HTTPS using CloudFront. How do you do that? Remember, HTTPS traffic. If you want to filter, what are you going to use? I mentioned this. I hope you guys don't forget this. The brightness. HTTPS traffic, you use this firewall, right? And we already discussed you can attach WAF to CloudFront, and you can also learn if you can attach WAF to API gateway and some other services, right? So it is mentioned here anyways. You can attach this to CloudFront. Since the question asked CloudFront, you can totally do that. Or you can attach to a load balancer or API gateway sync. But why? Because you want to inspect. And why these services? Did you ever think? Because these are all front-facing services. What does that mean? Well, let's say you have a URL, right? When you click on it, these are the front-facing. These are the services that gets clicked first. So if you have CloudFront, most likely you created a website and it has to go through your CloudFront first. If you have load balancer, when you click, of course, it goes to the load balancer first. Same thing with API gateway and app sync, right? These are the front facing. Most likely, these will be in public. They will let public internet come to them. But what are services that lie after this? They will all be in private subnets. You cannot connect directly from public. So since these are front loading, any blocks you want to do, you would have to do it on these services. Okay. So you attach WAF, which is a application firewall and it is a web application firewall. So your HTTP traffic is nothing but your web traffic. You would attach that to a CloudFront to inspect and block requests like IP, geo, rate limiting, SQL, uh, injection attacks and cross-site scripting attacks. There are several kinds of SQL injection attacks are nothing but the SQL queries that you would execute on your servers. They will manipulate it and they will run whatever they want to. There are so many attacks. Yeah, people. um, do this for different reasons. It's not just like bad people. Even companies, competitive companies, they hire people secretly and they want to ruin your opposition. So I don't know. People, instead of working hard and serving or doing business, they go for these cheaper routes. It's just disgusting, but well, we are living in this world, so we have to deal with it. Where can PostgreSQL run on AWS? Well, you can have this EC2 server and you can set up your Postgre, but again, that is too much management for you, right? You have to set up the EC2 server, you need to install Postgre whenever there is update, you have to perform it, and all the management you have to do it. You manage a lot. But if you don't want that, of course, you have RDS on PostgreSQL. This is a managed service. AWS manages it, right? So you don't have to do all that. And you can have Aurora. Again, you have Aurora. RDS, you have Aurora, you have. If you want to know the differences, maybe I will make some other video, but we won't talk. On AWS, you can have Postgres on RDS as well as Aurora. Okay. Aurora doesn't support all the databases that RDS supports. It only supports Postgres and MySQL. Uh, Aurora Managed, there are differences between these two. They are not the same. I mean, let's say that Aurora has more features than RDS. High performance Postgre compatible engine. Amazon EC2, you can, as I mentioned, you can self-manage native Postgre on instances, but you have to self-manage. Your facility requires ISP and colo facility. I don't know. I think this is some error. Let's see what it is, what it means. And oh, co-location. Never mind. Colo facility. Co-location facility. Okay, so ISP as what is ISP? It's Internet Service Provider. Like if you are in India, maybe Geo or BSNL. I don't know if BSNL exists anymore. And if you are in USA, maybe Xfinity, AT&T, your internet service provider, right? Which service would require you to work with your internet service provider? Of course, Direct Connect. Why? Because you hire them to lay the cables between on-prem and AWS. Okay? So this one requires you to have ISP, right? It typically involves provisioning a circuit into a co-location site or via a DX partner and your ISP. Unlike VPN or internet gateway, these are like cloud things. You don't need to connect your ISP, but this is like a hardware physical thing, so you need to connect them to have this setup. If you want to survive, if you want to design an application to survive a regional disaster, how would you design it? I mentioned this, These are pregnancy. You need to remember what I am telling you here if you want to pass. You cannot watch this if you put it on 2x speed or 1.5x speed and expect to clear the exam. Trust me, it won't work that way. Okay, you need to make notes and then prepare for the exam. If you cannot even spend this little time to write the exam, then it wouldn't make any sense. So please, hard work. Okay, work hard. Don't go shortcuts. When you take shortcuts, it will end short in short. Okay, never ever take shortcuts. Work hard. Hard work pays. Trust me. Also, work hard. I mentioned this. Remember, what are the AWS infrastructure? Different things. You have regions, then you have availability zones, you have data centers. But the thing is, we don't have access to the data centers in the sense like you don't get to choose which data centers you want to put your services in, etc. But you can choose which region you want to put, which availability zone. That's why we won't talk that much about data centers. Now, regions, as I mentioned, you will have multiple regions. Sorry, yeah, sure. But in a region, you will have at least 3 availability zones or more, correct? Even if one availability zone goes down, you will still have two other availability zone. And whatever you do that, that's called multi-AZ setup. This is for high availability. Okay. Only for high availability, not for regional disaster. It said regional disaster means all availability zone went down for whatever reason. Correct? So now you cannot have your high availability anymore. Then you need a disaster recovery. This is called a disaster. High availability is not a disaster. There are so many times that your availability zone might go down because of power or something. That's fine because you still have other availability zones. But if a disaster occurs in the entire region, then HA won't work. Then you have to implement a solution called disaster recovery. Whenever you implement disaster recovery, it has to be region at region level. Okay. So if you want to survive regional disaster, then you have to have your application in multiple regions. You will run your EC2 in multiple regions. Active, there are different setups. Or active. Active means you are going to be run parallelly your two EC2 servers in each region, which is expensive. Active means once um, you will have a standby one in other region. It won't be running 100% just like your primary one, or maybe you have it with a small config, etc. As soon as your primary goes down, you use the snapshots or backups of your active, and then you spin up in the other region, and then you will spin it up. So that's the regional fault tolerance. Again, AGs protect within a region, but this question calls out a geographic area event that the entire region went down. So then you need a disaster recovery plan. If you want shared file system for many EC2s, whenever they mention shared file system, always go with EFS because it's a shared file system. You can share it with multiple EC2 instances. EBS, it's not shared. You cannot share. EBS, think of EBS like your physical hard drive. When you plug it to your laptop, only your laptop can access it, not your network. Whereas EFS, it's a network, right? So you multiple EC2s can access it, right? Elastic file system. This is a POSIX NFS compatible file share that multiple EC2 instances, even across ASIs, can mount concurrently. This is great for shared configs, content, or home directory. You want to host a domain on AWS. How can you do that? Well, this is the your domain manager kind of DNS on is Route 53. This on AWS, this is the DNS. So here you can create different types of records, right? A 4As, CNAME, MX, etc. for your site. So basically, these ones mean like when you have a host name to IP match, IP to host name mapping, and all that. These are different record types. If you want to learn more, as I mentioned, we have AWS real-time projects playlist on our channel, which is already there since forever, and we have 100 projects. And these 100 projects are divided into different roles, um, starting with the basics cloud practitioner role, and then solutions architect role. And then we have projects with security engineer, network engineer, machine learning engineer, data analytics engineer. So all those 100 projects are divided into this. Go check it out. Even if you just watching, you will learn so many things. There, in the security or network engineering or security engineering, you will learn what these records mean, what DNS means, how to create DNS records, etc., how to integrate these health checks, routing policies. Everything is covered. Trust me, watching these projects multiple times actually will give you real-time experience. If you don't believe me, go watch it and let me know in the comments that I'm lying. I would I would, it's like a challenge to you. You want to keep data on-prem, but you want to use AWS services with low latency. Remember what they're trying to do here? How would you keep your data on-prem but still use AWS services with low latency? Then you have to think about outposts, correct? Why? Because the hardware exists on on-prem, keeping your data local to you, but you can still use AWS services. And as soon as you see graph queries on AWS, what is the only graph database that is supported by AWS or at least have on AWS? Graph database is Neptune. Only service, only graph database. You have to detect content in images or videos. We already did this. Like you have to recognize the things in images and videos. But service, it's called recognition. Very intuitive, isn't it? It's called recognition. It does labeling, face, text detection, moderation, celebrities. See, they even have celebrity recognition, but I don't know if I does the celebrity only US celebrities or all other country celebrities. And who do you consider celebrity these days? Anyone who becomes viral on these social media apps, or are we talking about celebrities and movie stars? I don't know. But yeah, there is it. Maybe I should go and put my photo on it. Hmm. I'm just kidding. Video segment analysis via machine learning APIs. It does all that awesome stuff. By the way, the project playlist I was advertising before, we have a couple of projects where we use recognition. Repeatable infrastructure deployment. What does that mean? Well, when you are setting up some new architecture infrastructure, you will start with doing it on dev where you play around. Then you want to repeat the same thing in QA to test if everything works for production, then you deploy it in prod. But if you do it manually, of course, we tend to do mistakes. You might forget something that you might did in dev in certain order, but you forgot it, and once you went to QA, everything started failing. And same thing happened in prod. In order to avoid that, we go with infrastructure as code, right? Instead of manually deploying each one, you write code and tell it to deploy one after another, or maybe sometimes in parallel. Correct? That is called infrastructure as code. That makes, and you can use this template that you created once. You can execute it in 100 environments, and you will have exact same services, same manner, right? Keeps consistency and reusable. You might be thinking, why would I have the similar servers to dev-prod? Well, those are customizable. You parameterize such things, right? Like the machine types and all. You can parameterize it based on dev QA prod. You change the number and machine types, etc. But pretty much everything remains the same. It's cloud formation, which is the service on AWS where you can use to create your infrastructure as code. And you can write it in YAML or JSON so that you can version it, review it, consistently deploy stacks across environments. You want a cloud call center with voice chat. Call center, contact center. What is it? What is the service we are looking for? AWS Connect. What is the data warehouse service on AWS? We haven't covered this so far. It's Redshift. We use it at my work since last 8 years. 9 years I'm using this. Okay, this is the data warehouse on AWS, which is a columnar database, by the way. Um, it's not a relational database. It's not RDBMS. It's not DBMS. Okay, it's a columnar database, and it's a massively parallel processing data warehouse for large analytical workloads. It integrates well with S3 using something called Spectrum. Spectrum is nothing but external database. What does that mean? Well, the regular database, or you call it Redshift database, you have your table stored on Redshift. Whereas Spectrum you have files stored on S3. You just create the table structure on Redshift and query these S3 files. You can query from Athena as well, but Athena you can only query it. Nothing much more you can do. But using here, you want to join Redshift tables with data in S3. Yes, we do that. Okay. So you would create external tables using Spectrum and then you join and then do your ETL. There is stored procedures you can write on Redshift and all amazing stuff. Run containers securely at scale. When it says at scale, then you eliminate Lambda and you would pick ECS, right? ECS is orchestrating. It orchestrates container, not the compute power. Okay, ECS orchestrates. The computing, you can have it either on AC2 where you manually manage everything, or you can have serverless, which is the Fargate, right? But if you want to orchestrate, you are going to use ECS, which is the Amazon, you know, Elastic Container Service, I guess. This I don't use this. We don't do containers. Uh, so this gives IAM per task, service discovery, auto scaling, and integrates with load balancer. Step pregnancy. What is the subnet level firewall? Remember our levels? This is a subnet. This is instance. This is application. This is at VPC. Subnet, NACL. Remember it. Don't forget it. Okay. It's network ACL. These are stateless, which means you have to define rules to allow and deny at the subnet boundary. Security groups are stateful. You only define allow, sorry, not allow, inbound. Outbound is automatically allowed for the inbound traffic that you got, and vice versa. If you are going outside, it will allow inside. Cheap, fault tolerant batch jobs. Fault tolerant means it can be interrupted. It can tolerate faults, failures. So, and cheap. A combination of these two, what comes to your mind? Spot instances, isn't it? These are the cheapest. And when they say they are fault tolerant, what else you want? Alerts on CloudWatch alarms. Yes, you have the alarm publish on from CloudWatch to SNS. This is a simple notification service. You can send emails, you can send messages. I mean SMS and all that using SNS. You can see it here, what I'm talking about. You can also send HTTP notifications or fan outs to remediations. Like you can send a notification to Lambda and Lambda can do XYZ, which can create tickets via subscriptions. So in one of the project I worked, what there was a SNS, right? We have a source. That source team has S3. Whenever there is a file that was put on S3, it uses the S3 notifications to send that notification. Remember, only notification, not the actual content. So that notification is put in SNS. Okay. What does the notification contain? It usually contains the bucket name and the file name where it was created or deleted, etc. And SNS, there will be so many subscribers because you want to send the same notification to multiple consumers. Okay. And we are one of them. And once we get that, we put it in a SQS. Why do you want to put it in SQS? Remember the decoupling. You can trigger the Lambda directly from it. But if you have too many notifications, the Lambda cannot do it. You will lose them. So instead of that, you put them in SQS and then you queue them one at a time or one at a time or multiple, however you configure your Lambda. Okay. These are put in SQS and then SQS, you have your Lambda designed to be triggered by your SQS messages. And then Lambda reads the notification, and from it reads the S3 path, and then like, oh, okay, this is a file that is added, then go ahead and read it and do whatever processing you want to do here. I mean, there is much more after this, but I'm not explaining it here. You get the flow, how it works. You are looking for a highly available scalable DNS, and there is only one DNS service on AWS, which is Route 53. This provides global, resilient, authoritative DNS with routing policies and health checks. Your task on EC2, or I guess it's talking about shared responsibilities. We get to patch and maintain guest operating system, not host. Whenever you spin EC2, you have to pick an operating system, right? Whether it is Linux or Amazon Linux or Mac OS or Windows, that's the guest operating system. You would have to patch it and maintain it. And any agents that you install on your EC2 instance. Whereas AWS handles the underlying hardware, hypervisor, and host operating system patching and whatnot. Same thing again. You patch the guest OS, any data you encrypted at rest, and AWS handles the physical security and the hypervisor. You want to move your on-prem MySQL to AWS managed. You have two options. One is RDS on MySQL and Aurora on MySQL. You can choose either of them, right? Yeah. You want to isolate failures between components. What is it called? It's called loose coupling, right? You design your applications using this method, then you isolate the failures between each one of the blocks. Like, for example, the one I mentioned. If there is a failure between these, only these are affected, not this. If there is a failure between these, I still have SQS messages I can process, but you won't get anything new. But you get the idea. That's loose coupling, right? Usually, what did I say? As soon as loose coupling comes to your mind, think about queues, events, and there will be retries and timeouts, which reduce the blast radius. Instead of the entire application going down, only a subsection of it will go down. You run your code on EC to state changes. How do you do that? Well, you have something called event bridge. Previously, it was called CloudWatch events. Basically, you use event bridge like to trigger something based on events, as the name suggests, right? When there is an S3 file, or when something happens, or when somebody stopped your EC2 machine or started EC2 machine, so many ways. You can even schedule an event bridge based on your cron jobs. You create rule, then you target a lambda to act when that event occurs. Simple. Easiest managed MariaDB on AWS. You remember that, right? One of the RDS managed databases is MariaDB. Okay. Well architected principle applied by CloudTrail. Interesting. Why is this here? Which is the activate traceability. I guess this gives instrument logs, metric traces, so all this so that the operations are observable. And it uses CloudTrail, CloudWatch, X-ray support this particular principle. X-ray is a tracing tool. You can figure out if when something happened, where exactly it happened, and whatnot. Right size your EC2 with least effort. Do you remember the service name? Compute Optimizer? If not, then this is the third or fourth time I am repeating. You use this, right? To see whether the EC2 type that you have, is it appropriate for your workload? Is it too big, too small? This tells you that based on your utilization. Govern your IAC templates and who can use them. We have covered this, and the answer would be service catalog. This will let you publish approved portfolios or product, often cloud formation back. Uh, You can control who can provision, set constraints, and meet compliance, right? If you have, let's say, IAC templates that provisions too many softwares, of course, you want to control who can use or run that. Otherwise, everyone runs and you will create bunch of services. You can use service catalog to perform that. Even the products, what products that you can actually provision on the AWS cluster. If you have a cluster right now on your own, you can spin whatever, you can provision whatever service you want, but that's not how it works in a corporate company. Even though AWS has all the services using service catalog, the company restricts them to only the services that they use. If a service is not part of the service catalog, then you cannot provision it. You need to get a permission to add them into the service catalog and do it. If you want to monitor EC2 CPU, you already know the answer. Cloud Watch. This provides CPU utilization metrics out of the box, which means you don't have to do any setup. For example, if you are looking to get the memory metrics though, then it is not out of the box. You have to use some agent on the EC2 machine that you have to collect those. But CPU utilization is out of the box. Alarms, dashboards, anomaly detection, and all that are available as part of CloudWatch. Inbound internet to a VPC. We spoke about this, correct? If you want to give your VPC access to internet or public internet to be precise, how do you do that? Using internet gateways. You need to remember each new name I am telling you. We already spoke about internet gateway. I explained you very clearly. This you are when you attach this to a VPC, you are letting it the capability to browse public internet. Right? You attach this and you will add appropriate route table entries, security roles for public access. And NAT, we spoke about this as well, but this is not inbound. NAT is outbound. Remember, if you want to connect from your VPC to public internet, this is one way. You initiate here. Okay, this is NAT. There is no, I mean, you cannot initiate from here to here. Usually, you will use NAT for software updates and etc. Treat infrastructure as code. As soon as you see IAC, then it's cloud formation, right? It defines stacks in YAML or JSON for repeatable version deployments. If you have to process millions of requests per second, which tool can handle that? Oh, DynamoDB. DynamoDB scales to millions of records per second with single digit millisecond latency. Only DynamoDB has that capacity. If some question mentions single digit millisecond latency, then only this can do that. And it can auto scale and it has DAX caching and global tables. This is a kind of like memory caching that DynamoDB, you can attach that to DynamoDB. It does that. And you can have something called global tables, which can be queryable across all the regions. Prepay now, keep future flexibility. And then the company wants to switch to serverless soon, but not. How would you do that? Well, there is something called compute savings plan. Again, this applies to EC2, Fargate, and also Lambda. Okay. Compute savings plan is kind of like the result instances 1 or 3 years we spoke about. This is for that. If you want to have compute on these for a specified time, and then in future you want to go serverless, you can totally using the compute savings plan. So when you shift part of the workload to serverless, you will get to keep the discount within the 1 to 3 years. Okay. And there is another one called EC2 instance savings plan. But again, this, as the name suggests, this only covers EC2, not Fargate and Lambda. You want archiving for compliance. The WAM is like, I think, what is this? Only read mode or something? I forgot. Let me Google it. Okay. This is write once, read many. Okay, that is a complaint that they want for archiving, right? You write it once, but you read it many times, which means they are not looking to update that. So for that, what is the appropriate tool or S3 class that you would like to have? Right? This one means once you write it, nobody should be able to modify it. How can you do that? Right? On S3, if somebody wrote once, then they will have permission to overwrite it as well, right? But how does that work? Even if with the right permissions, they cannot do that. Well, there is something called vault lock. And when you enforce the WARM, what happens is you have two types of compliance modes. Um, I think one is governance and another one is two modes. One is the compliance and another one is governance. Um, what is the difference? Well, with compliance mode, no one can override it. Even if they have right permission, even if you are the root user, you cannot override using compliance mode. But governance mode, if you have the appropriate permissions, you can override it. Okay. But here you don't want anyone to, including the root user, to overwrite it, then you will pick compliance mode. And legal holds ideal for regulated RKR. So this is what you need to pick. S3 Glacier Vault Law. Write once, read many. Short, uninterruptible. As soon as you see interruptibles, the pregnancy, we know we need to use what instances. It's easy now, isn't it? Highly available PostgreSQL on RDS. Yeah, it's called multi-AZ. If you want to make your PostgreSQL on RDS highly available, it's always multi-AZ. As soon as you see highly available, it's multi-AZ. If you want disaster recovery, then it's multi-region, right? Yeah, multi-AZ. Automatic failover across availability zones, not regions. Remember that. You use snapshots for backups and not, yeah, this is automatic synchronous. Anyways, you want to provision and release on demand. Step what is this? Provisioning, creating, destroying, provisioning, releasing, elasticity. Scale up, down automatically to match your loads. Global infrastructure relationships, we already know that several times we have learned it already. Regions are cluster of availability zones, more than three are equal to three in each region. And then you have edge locations, which serve for CloudFront, Route 53, and Global Accelerator. We discussed that once. And there are more edge locations than regions. Remember that. Okay. Edge locations are not as big as the data center, so they are more than regions. And as you know, these are used by CloudFront. There are more availability zones than regions. We already know that. Each region has three or more. So obviously they are more than the regions. So this is it. You have more edge locations than availability zones, more availability zones than regions. You want low latency, but you want the data reside on-prem. Pragnas, what is the answer? As soon as they ask you a question of having your data reside on the on-prem, then it's out. There is no need to think. DNS resolution, or if they are asking for a service on AWS that does this, it's Route 53. Operating through failures, even if you have failures, it still operate it. How can you do that? Using recovery, right? Or failover. You design for automatic failover, right? When you have an availability of go down, but you still want it to be operated. So of course you are going to have multi-AZ. So if one AZ goes down, you will still run it on other AZ. So workloads keep running when components fail. You want NFS SMB access backed by S3. As soon as they say that there is something called file gateway or storage gateway, this has multiple components to it. One of them is file gateway, some tape gateway, XYZs, but we are looking for these protocols. So only file gateway supports NFS and SMB shares from on-prem or in EC2 while storing the objects in S3. Remember that? Based on this, you would get to pick whether it is file gateway or tape gateway or some other gateway. You want to ask your BI questions in natural language. What is the service that you would use? Well, as soon as you see the BI, it's quick side, but you are asking questions like you would do to a GPT or something. Then you have something called Q. NLQ is something like NLP, similar to, but Q, it's a service that is introduced by AWS. I guess is it been an year? You will see in most of the services, they will ask you to integrate with it. Basically, that's like an AI assisting you with each and every service. We already know that we get to patch and manage guest operating system, anything data, permissions, encryption, etc. Correct? See this? We have covered this multiple times by now. Oh wow. Is it repeating? Sure, that's fine. It's practice. Subnet level is by now, even in your sleep, you should be able to answer it. That's the way of preparation I want you to guys to have. Right? Network ACLs, they provide stateless allowed deny rules at the subnet boundary. You want to evenly distribute HTTP traffic. Sthitapragnans. How do you distribute traffic? How do you balance traffic using load balancers? And we are talking about HTTP, which is application load balancers. If it is, um, what is the other uh, types? HTTP and HTTPS, you will use application load balancer, and network load balancer, you will use, for this, you will use UDP, data over UDP protocol or TCP. Okay, and it also supports TLS protocols. So remember that. It's important, right? Application load balancer. Custom web request filtering. We already know that as soon as you see web filtering, it's what? Web application firewall. It happens on here. This lets you write rules to filter out IP, geo, rate limiting, SQL injection, cross-site scripting, manage rules. You can even have custom rejects and you can attach them to these services. By the way, we have done multiple projects in our projects playlist where we have created, I think I created IP as well, geo as well. I think rate limiting and all, pretty much I covered all these attack types in those rules. I created rules for them in those projects. If you want consistent network over public internet, again remember, consistent kind of suggests you direct connect, but direct connect is not public internet, it is over private internet. So if you want consistent network over public internet, what would you pick? You know the other answer. Oh, I think it's not public, it's private. Yeah, if the answer is direct connect, it's not that. And that's what I'm thinking because using VPN, you cannot have consistent. Yeah, I think this is private, not public. My bad. So let's cross this. Managed cloud desktops for personal devices. Huh, interesting. Is it? No, I already mentioned, I didn't say cloud desktop, but I said cloud PC. Maybe I should invent a service or start a service that says cloud PC if it doesn't already exist somewhere. When you see that, it's workspaces. This provides persistent virtual desktops accessible via client or browser, ideal for work from home. Yes, during COVID, most of us did work from home jobs, and most of the companies that hired gave workspace. Actually, I used workspaces back then remotely so that I can access my office. If you want to use SQL directly on S3, what would you do? Of course, you will use Athena. Why Athena? We recently discussed even Redshift has a feature of Spectrum, but to use the Spectrum, what do you have to do? You have to spin a Redshift cluster. That's something to manage and expensive. Whereas Athena, it's serverless. You don't need to provision anything. It's already there. All you have to do is create your database and create your tables. That's it. This is serverless SQL. You have Presto and Trino under the hood. Directly on, you query directly on S3 data. You pay per query scanned, no servers to manage. You pay for how much data you scanned and etc. Well, this is a basic question. What is an availability zone? It's just a collection of one or more discrete data centers with redundant power. Redundant means duplicate or, even if one power goes down, you will still have other power lines, etc. Networking connectivity inside a region. You spread workloads across availability zones for high availability. Okay. Scale with demand. We already know the answer. Elasticity. Scale up, scale down. What S3 actually is. If you don't know what S3 is, then well, you need to learn a lot. S3 is an object storage. When you go to, if you have used, I think pretty much everyone used S3, you might be thinking like, I store files and create folders just like I do it on my system. Why is it called object storage though? What's an object? Well, everything you store on S3 is an object. Okay. Um, try renaming a folder that you already created. If you have objects, you cannot do that. Why? Because everything on S3 is stored as an object. Like let's assume you have a folder one, in it you have folder two, then you have your object.txt. You can rename this, but not. Because even though you see these folder structures, for S3, as far as S3 is concerned, this is a single file. There are no folders. These, it calls it as prefixes. This is a single name for it. Even the folders you are seeing here, it's single name. In the name itself, it assumes it as you have some backslashes, whatnot. Okay. S3 considers this all as a single file or object to be precise. It doesn't consider folders and whatnot. Visually, yes, for you to help you, but behind the scenes, this is a single object for it. That's why it's called object storage. It's highly durable, secure, it's massively scalable for any amount of data. And we have lifecycle tiers and global access. Oh, there is so much stuff here. But at a high level, this is an storage, cheap storage, that too, very cheap compared with other storage options. Reusable deployment templates, you already know cloud formation. Managed PostgreSQL, you already know the answer. You have two options, Aurora on PostgreSQL or RDS on PostgreSQL. Global low latency content delivery. As soon as you see content delivery, CDN, what is the CDN that we have on AWS? CloudFront. How do you know if AWS services are healthy right now? How would you know if one of the AWS services is not down? Well, there is a service that you can use to know that. It's called Service Health Dashboard. It's public region-wide service status and history. It will give you status of all the services in that particular region on AWS. But you are not interested in all the services, do you? You are only interested in the services that you are actually using. For that, you have something different called personal health dashboard, which is personal to you, your services you use. These are account specific, impact to your resources like events, maintenance, advisories. It will give you all that information. We already know this. This is a NoSQL database. See this? Why it's called NoSQL? Did you ever think? Because SQL is so famous to catch, in the market, uh, they mentioned NoSQL to cache on it. Like, JavaScript, right? JavaScript has nothing to do with Java, but they used Java in the name because Java was too famous back then, and they want to cache on it, so they named it JavaScript. Similarly, SQL is famous by the time NoSQL databases came in, so they want to cache on it, so that's why they said it NoSQL instead of naming it something. Okay. And right now, some of the NoSQLs you can actually use SQL queries, whatnot, because no matter even in future 100 years you go, whatever you create, at the end of the day, they are going to let you access it through using SQL queries. Um, and a big example is these big data tools, right? Okay, now AWS handles pretty much everything for DynamoDB. It provides public endpoints and manages the infrastructure and OS. You decide the data classification and access policies as usual. You want to use S3 from on-prem apps with file protocols, right? NFS or SMB protocols. And we already discussed this. You would use the file gateway that supports these files over using NFS SM protocols backed by S3 for existing option on browser-based pre-auth shell access. How do you get it? Using something called CloudTrail. If you ever logged into AWS, at the bottom you will have CloudTrail. You can launch it from console with pre-configured CLI SDKs and credentials tied to your logged in identity. If you don't have access, it will say access denied, etc. That's browser-based Cloud Shell that you can use. IAC in real programming languages. We discussed this long back ago. We are at 172. Maybe we discussed this like 10th or 12th topic. IAC is cloud formation, but you have to you code this in YAML or JSON, right? But if you want to use Python, Java, or some other programming language to do that, what is the answer? Cloud CDK development kit, right? This lets you model and provision AWS resources. You can use these languages, but this gets converted into again IAC cloud formation. Service where you patch the guest OS. Where do you get to patch the guest OS? Only EC2. You cannot do that on any managed databases or services like RDS. You cannot do that. Okay. EC2 you can patch your guest OS, and that is the answer. It says clearly any of the managed AWS patches the platform. You don't do that. If you want to keep full control of the operating system patching, of course you have to have only EC2 if you want to have full control over it. Right? EC2, so you can own the full OS lifecycle. You already know the responsibilities, AWS responsibilities, right? It configures, maintains infrastructure, host OS, hypervisor, networking, whereas you manage data, security group roles, guest OS, patching, whatnot. Infrequently used PostgreSQL with least ops. Well, if you are going to use your database all the time, then you will go with AWS RDS, RDBM, right, on PostgreSQL. But if you are not using your PostgreSQL, would you want to go with something that runs 24/7? Of course not. Instead, you want to go with a serverless service. Yes, even for databases, there is serverless service, which is what Aurora serverless does. It's serverless, which means you don't have to run your database 24/7. It's again PostgreSQL compatible. This scales to zero when there is no use, or near zero at least. You don't manage the instances. Aurora provisioned are always on. EC2 is, but if you use EC2, it is self-managed. You get that idea, right? With RDS and Aurora, provisioned, they are always on, which you don't want for this use case. Instead, you want a serverless. Highly available scalable DNS 53, right? Route 53. Your maintenance task for EC2 maybe, you know that guest OS, you need to patch it. Any security patches, you have to do it. Whereas AWS handles hardware network switches. Cheapest S3 class for rarely accessed recreatable data, which recreatable data means even if you lose them, it's fine. Okay, what is the cheapest? Of course, it's going to be uh, Glacier, the cheapest, but they didn't say archive, but they said rarely accessed. For rarely accessed, you will usually go with infrequently accessed, but infrequently you have one zone, and the standard means it will store or replicate your data set multiple places, but it's expensive than one zone. One zone means you are only going to put your data in on that zone. If that zone goes down, your data is gone. But this clearly said recreatable. So if you can't recreate it, one zone is fine. Even if you lose the data, that's fine. You can recreate it. So this is the cheapest, lowest cost by storing in one availability zone, right? You will only pick one zone if you can recreate the data. Standard IA, you won't pick it because it stores data on multiple availability zones, which is pricier. And intelligence steering, it adds monitoring fee, whatnot. It's not the cheapest. Again, provisioning with real programming languages, it's CDK. Provisioning with using YAML or JSON is using CloudFormation IAC. But if you want to use Python, etc., to do the provisioning coding, you will use CDK, and CDK converts that to IAC CloudFormation. Managed ETL service, we discussed this briefly, which is Glue. On AWS, there is only one managed ETL service, which is Glue, using which you can crawl through your data sources and bring the schema. Then you create jobs. You can code it manually, or you can use AWS Studio to drag and drop it using data brew. And then you have data catalog. It's a database where you store all these definitions and whatnot. If you are looking for more discounts for a spend commitment. Commitments means you want to commit for either 1 or 3 years, and you are looking for discount. Do you remember the plans? Yes, you have compute savings plan. You have savings plan, two types, compute EC2. But the problem with EC2 is only this applies only to EC2. With compute savings plan, you can have EC2, you can have containers, you can have Lambda, right? Depending on the question. It's savings plan. The answer is savings plan. Two savings plans are there. Static site on EC2 with minimal latency. Whenever you see static website, and if they are talking about some cheap or alternate option, go with S3. S3, you can only have static websites, not dynamic websites. So remember that very carefully. But if they are not asking for an alternative, but if they want to use EC2 for it with minimal latency, any static site, if you want to go global, what is the option? CloudFront. Anytime you see global in the questions, there are only two answers that you can have. One is CloudFront, another one is the global accelerator. CloudFront is content delivery network, whereas global accelerator, it just takes you in the more optimized network path. Remember the difference. What are the benefits of moving to AWS? Seriously, you can have high availability by using multi-availability zone, or region design reduces downtime. That is one of the benefit, of course, in terms of high availability. If you want short-term stateless scaling on EC2, cheapest short-term stateless means interruptible. See, this is the kind of thing I'm telling. AWS twists the words, but it's the same. Stateless is equal to applications can be stopped or interrupted. And the answer is spot instances. Okay. You need to block SQL injection attacks. Plus, you need detailed request logs. And we mentioned this SQL injection attacks, cross-site scripting. blindly go with web application firewall. You add managed rules, custom rules, rate limiting, and logs. You can write logs to Firehose or CloudWatch. Then you attach that WAF to any of these services. What do security groups do? What do you think? Of course, it's an instance level firewall. It controls the inbound and outbound traffic from your EC2 instances on specific ports or protocols. Okay, they don't do the subnet level. That's NSEs that do that. GPUs for compute intensive work. Of course, AWS has so many instance types. One of them is the accelerated computing, as I mentioned. Right? This is GPU bound or GPU concentrated. Just like memory optimized, you will have options to pick more memory, CPU optimized, more CPU, storage optimized, more storage. Accelerated computing, more GPU for video editing and stuff like that. Who patches what? We already know the answer. Amazon, you patch Amazon EC2 guest systems, AWS patches all managed service underlying platforms. If you don't know the access patterns in S3, Stitha, what did I say? If it is not known or if it is not consistent, you will go with intelligence steering. Third party firewall on EC2. What is the service you can use? Well, you use the marketplace to find pre-built firewall AMI and launch it on EC2. That's the option that you do if you are looking for a third party firewall on EC2. Now, it's saying scripted provisioning. You might think it's CDK, but they are not talking about in different languages. It just says scripted provisioning. You want to script your provisioning. You can actually use CLI to script your creation and management of AWS services. Okay. If they tell or ask you scripted provisioning using different languages, then you cannot use CLI. Instead, you will go with CDK. Repeatable test environments, we know the answer. It's cloud formation. Managed GraphDB, we know it is Neptune. Cloud desktop, we know it is workspaces. You want to see VPC traffic metadata, and yes, VPC gives you an option of something called VPC flow logs, which captures 5 tuple flow records. So you will have source and destination, ports, and the action for interfaces subnets. So if you want to see VPC traffic metadata, you will go for VPC flow logs. Ephemeral instance storage. Ephemeral means that when you have your laptop on, you will have the storage. Once you shut down the laptop, everything you stored on it is gone. That is called ephemeral. This is directly attached to your instance. So it is fast, but it's temporary. Right? Instance store is what this is talking about. EC2 instance store, which is local and it is ephemeral. Data is lost on stop or terminate. If you want to persist or store your data even when you stop your EC2, you will use either EBS, EFS, or S3, not instance store. Instance store is normally used um, for faster access to data. For example, I guess if you spin a EMR, right, then it uses the EC2 instance stores because once you shut down the EMR, the data won't persist at all. You are looking for Windows file shares from on-prem to AWS. What is it? You will use FSX file gateway, which exposes SMB file shares because SMB is something protocol you need to for Windows file shares. Backed by FSX for Windows. Okay, this is specifically for Windows, FSX for Windows. No new on-prem infrastructure needed, just spin this up and you're good to go. You're looking for durable, low-cost, static content. And you know the answer? S3. As I mentioned, static websites or static content, go. This is unlimited. And there is no other storage service on AWS that is cheaper than S3. So autoscale on CPU usage, you can do that using autoscaling groups, using CloudWatch alarm, right? Your CloudWatch by default provides you CPU utilization on, let's assume that your EC2 machine. Then based on this alarm, you are going to trigger auto scale out and in actions. That's how it works. Managed SMB file server, we just discussed about it. It's FSX for Windows file server. That is what it's called. This is a fully managed Windows file system with SMB, AD integration, and shadow copies. SQL over CSV in S3, serverless, what is it? Athena. Correct. You want to search text in S3 docs. How would you do that? Well, you can use Amazon Kendra, which is an intelligent enterprise search across S3 and more. It has natural language queries and relevance tuning as well. Which service uses global edge locations? There are two actually. One is the CloudTrail and another one is Global Accelerator. Correct? That is what is listed here. Managed relational DB without infrastructure work. We already know the answer. Amazon RDS or Aurora. Fast app deploy but low operational overhead. How do you do that? Using Beanstalk. Remember, all you need to give this is your code and tell it which language it is written in, and then Elastic Beanstalk handles provisioning with capacity, load balancing, scaling, health with minimal resource management. You don't have to do anything. You want to access AWS from your application code. How do you do that? Well, using SDKs, of course, which gives programmatic access to AWS services from code. You might be confused with CDK and SDK. CDK is to provision using different languages, using these languages. Whereas SDK is access these services that you provisioned here and code, etc. whatnot. If you want to create a Redshift table or if you want to access S3 writing, reading files using these languages, then it is SDK. CDK is not that. CDK is to provision. You want to speed uploads or downloads to S3 over Edge or Backbone. And there is another service that we didn't mention. It's called Transfer Accelerator. Basically, you will use this behind the scenes uses CloudFront Edge to route to S3 bucket endpoints. So if you want speed uploads, downloads, then of course we are going to use, I mean, it charges you money. It's not free, but you get the idea. You want to network link to your data center uh, from your AWS and it needs private. And as soon as you see private or dedicated, it is direct connect. You want to connect two VPCs. What did I say? If it is 1 to 3 VPCs, go with VPC peering. If it is more than that, you will go with transit gateway. Okay? Like point to point, whereas AWS transit gateway is hub and spoke for many VPCs. Managed relational DB compatible with these two. You can have RDS for these or Aurora. Text to speech. Student Pragnas, you need to answer this. We spoke about this. You have text to speech and speech to text. Speech to text, I gave you example of doctor and the scriber. So that's easy to remember. Transcribe, right? From speech to text, right? Whenever it says speech text, doctor stops, scriber scribes. That's transcribe. The other way around, you have text, but you need to convert it to speech. That is called, if I'm not wrong, I think poly. Yep, there you go. Pre-configured app stacks, simple instances. We discussed this. Light sail. If you are new to AWS, but you want to uh, deploy a simple uh, uh, website or something like that, right? Lightsail does it for you. You just get to pick the bundle, like, oh, I want WordPress, I want this, I want etc. all this, then it will launch, it will connect them, it will deploy them, provision them, and you get to have it. Which is a pre-configured abstract with simple instances. And that is called light sail, as the name is light. It's lightweight, not for heavy duty. What are the services covered by savings plan? We discussed it. EC2, um, Fargate for containers, and I think Lambda. Okay, it's saying savings plan in general, but compute savings plan covers all those. So it covers EC2 and SageMaker, SageMaker savings plans. Uh, it's talking about the savings plans itself. Yeah, compute saving plans also covers Fargate and Lambda. If you want to monitor or troubleshoot metrics and logs, what is the solution? CloudWatch. Petabyte scale managed warehouse. As soon as you see warehouse, it's Redshift. Auto classified text content. You are not talking about text to speech, etc. You want to classify text content, and there is a software called Comprehend. Okay, it does the topic modeling, custom classification, entry of sentiment detection, anything text. Comprehend does it. Instance level allow rules. You already know that this is security group. Go global with the app. Global, what did I say? If you want to go global with your app, you need to go with multi-region architecture, not a single region, because you want to go global so that it can deliver low latency and resilience to regional events. Multi-AZ is high availability within one region. That's not going global. Multi-region architecture is something that you need to use if you want to go global. Human web access to AWS services. How do you do that? Of course, it's management console. And if you are looking for programmatic access, then it is through SDKs or CLI. Sizing records from workload metrics. You can totally do that. Workload metrics are captured by CloudWatch, and using CloudWatch metrics and alarms, you can size them using Connect. Not Connect actually. You use Compute Optimizer, right? Oh, sorry, it's not records, recommendations like EC2 machine, whether you want to scale up or scale down, you can decide using this, right? Metrics are in CloudWatch, and you use those metrics and you use CloudWatch Compute Optimizer to analyze them. And based on the analysis, it suggests you whether you have to change the type or etc. Connect to Linux to EC2 without SSH. See, previously we learned about how to use SSH to connect to, but here it's saying without SSH. Remember when we discussed about SSH key pairs, I mentioned you that AWS doesn't recommend that anymore. Well, here you go. It's called instance, EC2 instance connect. Once you log into your EC2 and when you click on the connect, it will give you a bunch of options. One of them will be this. It's browser based CLI. What it does is it uses something called SSM Session Manager. Basically, it has an agent which is installed on it and uses your IAM roles and permissions to do that. It doesn't use SSH and etc. anymore. And the browser or CLI is in the web itself. You don't have to have PuTTY or anything like that. You know what this does, don't you? It automatically moves objects between frequent, infrequent, and deep archive tiers based on your access patterns to cut the cost without performing your hit or retrieval fees for frequent or higher tiers. If you want to let your VPC reach out to internet or internet to reach out to your VPC, what do you have to attach to it? IGW, which means Internet Gateway. You are looking for a service that does the pub sub pattern, and it is what? Amazon SNS. It can fan out, as I mentioned. You can send the same data to multiple subscribers. It can be HTTPS, SQS, Lambda, email endpoints with publishers and subscribers, right? Publishers are what where you consume it from. Subscribers are who subscribes it to. With SQS, that's not possible. With SQS, you cannot have multiple. But anyways, you see it, right? Why would you need something like this? Remember the S3 event notification I said? S3 event notification, you can only send it to one any service, SNS, or SQS. You cannot send the same thing to multiple. S3 event cannot do that. That's where this comes into picture. You send it to SNS. From SNS, multiple people can consume it. You want to build infrastructure from code. You already know the answer. IAC, cloud formation. Multi-account setup at scale. We are talking about AWS accounts itself. How do you do that? Well, there is a tool for that as well, which is called Control Tower. This is used to establish a secure, compliant, multi-account landing zone with guardrails, account factory, and opinionated best practices out of the box. This is a completely different topic, but yeah, all you need to know for this certification is you can use Control Tower to set up multi-accounts automatically. You will know the answer as soon as you see the word dedicated connection for on-prem to AWS is direct connect. Serverless. You need to pick serverless services from the list provided. You already know it. The majority ones they will put them is Fargate, maybe DynamoDB and Lambda. Yeah, they have Fargate and Lambda here. Replace impaired EC2s automatically. How would you do that? First of all, you need to identify the EC2s are impaired and then you need to remediate. And how would you do that? Auto scaling, what it does is it does health checks. Like if an EC2 is not working or something, it will know that and then it will replace that with a working one. You are looking for a low latency on-prem access to your cloud data. And depending on which data type it is, you will use storage gateway. And as I mentioned, it has different gateways, file gateway, volume gateway, tape gateways. You want to deploy or manage apps. How do you do that? Beanstalk. Remember that? You upload your code. Beanstalk handles everything else like capacity, scaling, patching. So that's about our domain 3, and we covered how many? 232, and some of them repeated, but it's for your own practice. So if you didn't get up during those 232, I hardly think so. You might have got up multiple times. I myself got up after 100 questions. I took a break and came back. If you haven't, then it's a very good time. Go outside, walk a little bit, look at trees. Don't stare at your screen more than 1 hour anytime, whether you are at work or watching something, playing video games. Don't look at screen more than 1 hour. Go take a break, look at nature for 5 minutes, then come back. Walk a little bit, drink water, have some fresh air. Okay, see you in domain 4 soon.
Right, here we are, our last domain. And if you enjoyed the three domains that we covered so far, don't forget to subscribe, like, and comment. Subscribing just takes maybe a couple of seconds. And if you want similar um, guide for other exams, I think I mentioned in earlier that once we reach, right now we are at 3,000, I guess. Once we reach to 5,000 subscribers, I will release another video for another exam. Maybe the next exam it can be the solutions architect associate, because most people are interested, or maybe it can be the Gen AI or MLA, whatever you guys wish. I will run a poll and then you can click whatever you guys want. But I will only do it once we reach 5,000 subscribers. So go ahead and smash that subscribe button, like and comment. Again, all the videos on this channel are going to be free forever. I don't want to charge it. I don't want to put them behind a payment model. So please do support the channel by liking, subscribing, and commenting. If you would like to support this channel further, and if you want to donate some money, the link is in the description. You can do that, but it's not mandatory. Only do it. Maybe you watch this video and it helped you clear your exam. Then you feel appreciated and you want to do it, then do it. Otherwise, it's not mandatory. Just forget about it. So let's finish our domain 4, which is going to ask questions in the billing, pricing, and support. This is not going to be a long one, so we're almost there. Plus organizations. What is this exactly? We kind of touch base this, but not exactly. Okay, let's see what this is about. So basically, you can consolidate multiple AWS accounts into a single bill. I mean, if it is your personal AWS account, it will be hardly one account. But imagine a corporate company. You cannot have one single account being used by all the different teams, right? Then it will be a hell. That's how it is used to be. It is a hell to figure out which services were run by which department so that they can bill it appropriately. There are tags and etc., but it was still a hell. Some people don't tag any of the resources, so it will be hard to track who did it, why they did it, and etc. Then they came with organizations where now you can create one account for that particular department, and anything they do, they will bill it for that account. But at the organization level, you need to have all the bills together in one single place, right? So that's where this comes into picture, wherein you can consolidate all the AWS accounts that you have for your organization into one single bill. And guess what? With this one, with the consolidated billing enabling, you will have another advantage. What is that? Volume discounts. AWS considers all the services that they are using in all the accounts as one, and then they will apply volume discounts. Like if you use this many of this many of this, then they will give you huge discounts. There are you can Google it, but there is advantages to that. So organizations does exactly the same. It just not consolidates the accounts for billing purposes. You can apply permissions at a higher scale. There are so many things. They are not covered in this exam, but the solution architect we will cover more about how you can manage permissions from organizations at an organization level, etc. Developer forums, what are these? Why are they used for? As it says, it's used by developers. It gives access to this forum. Access to these forums is free, whether you have a support plan or not. You know that there are different kinds of support plans, right? It doesn't matter which support plan you are on, even if you are a free user or individual, you still have access to this. This is a community based way to get help on so many things as a developer. So go check it out. It's free. You can check it out as well. Um, the question that they would ask in the exam is which support plan would you need to have access to this one? The basic one works. We already know about reserved instances, right? For applications that must run continuously 24/7 for 3 years or more, use reserved instances. When I say continuously, even if you don't use 24/7 the server, that's fine, but it just means you are not using the server to the full, right? Um, they provide deep discounts compared to on-demand pricing. Any discounts that they mentioned for different instance types based on demand. If on demand is $100, then they will say that we give 60% discount for reserved instances. We only charge it 45. So that discount is compared to on demand pricing. What is cost explorer? We have seen one single topic regarding this. This recommends you cost optimizations. For example, it can figure out that you have too many idle EC2 instances running, you can terminate them to reduce unnecessary spending on them. And things like that. We discussed about health dashboard as well. It gives you updates about service health. You can subscribe to feeds from this health dashboard. It provides personalized alerts for service events. And on-demand instances are used for workloads that run occasionally, like 3 hours weekly, once a month. And these cannot be interrupted. Okay. If it can be interrupted, then you would go for spot instances instead of on-demand instances. These are most cost-effective choice if you don't plan to use the instances 24/7. But if you plan to use some instances 24/7 or at least more than couple of hours a week, then this is not efficient. It will become costly. Then you would see look into other options. Then you have the developer support plan. In AWS, there are separate support plans. If I remember correctly, it starts with basic, then it starts with developer, and then you have enterprise and enterprise something else. To interact with your AWS support using API calls, the developer support plan is the most cost effective. Well, when you have basic, developer, enterprise with something else, most of these, I mean, this supports everything, even the AWS support using API calls. But if you are looking for only this, would you go with this? No, you would go for the what are the cheapest it does. So the starting plan to support API calls is developer, basic doesn't. That's why you will go with this one. For predictable workloads running long term, like 1 or 3 years, usually savings plan will provide you cost savings and also the flexibility across instant families compared to reserved instances. Okay, sure. Reserved instances uh, gives you discounts as well, but it won't have the flexibility to change the instance families after you have signed the contract for 1 or 3 years. But savings plans give you that flexibility. In case if you want to change the instance families after you sign the contract, you could do that. Pricing calculator, remember it pre-migration. Pre-migrating to AWS if you want to estimate some cost for AWS solutions, then pricing calculators is your go-to. Best practice checks and recommendations. You know that the trusted advisor comes with these checks and recommendations, but guess what? With based on the different AWS support plan, the checks varies. Let's assume I think there are about 80 or so checks, but with the basic, you will only get 5 or 6 checks. With the developer, you maybe will get 20 or so checks, but with enterprise and all business, you will get all the checks. So with AWS business support or enterprise, you will get access to the next two will give access to all checks for cost optimization, security, fault tolerance, performance, and service quotas. Let's prioritize recommendations. With developer and basic, you won't get all full check access. If your requirement is for long running VCT instances greater than 1 year, then you already know what to go for. Either you choose reserved instances or savings plans for workloads running continuously for more than 1 year. Why? Because this will give you much more discounts versus just picking on demand. What support plan you have to choose for production workloads lowest cost? Well, you will choose the business support. Okay, as I mentioned, basic, developer, business, enterprise. These two gives 24/7 phone or chat option, production issue SLS, and trusted advisor checks. The difference between these two would be the production issues and critical items, how fast they respond. So there is a difference. This business they respond in hours, they respond in minutes. When the question mentions, you need critical, mission critical support within minutes, then you will receive. But production workloads, lowest cost is the business support plan. Spending, you want to look at the spending visuals, and you want to forecast the spendings. What is the tool that to use? Cost Explorer again. It shows you graphics, historical spend, and it projects future costs as well. You want to track quarterly costs and you want to generate reports out of it. It's possible with budgets. We discussed about this. You can use this to track cost or usage over time, and as well as email scheduled budget reports to finance each month or quarter. And if you want to use use it with lowest cost, you already know the answer. Reserved instances or savings plan for long steady usage. Largest discount versus on demand. And before I go further, I wanted to introduce or not introduce something. But this is still not yet out there, but if you are interested in everything that has to related to Apache PySpark, expect within the next 1 month have a full course. Okay, it's going to be a full course in the sense, you know me, right? When I start something, I don't leave any leaf unturned. What does that mean? Well, as part of this new course, I'm going to have three playlists, one for beginner, one for intermediate, one for advanced, depending on where you are. And I'm going to cover everything that is there for Spark, Apache Spark. You get to learn Scala, you get to learn PySpark, Spark SQL. I will also show you Java examples, R examples in PySpark, Spark streaming. I will also show you machine learning. And by the way, all the concepts that I explain are based on hands-on, and whenever you have code, you will have classwork. Basically, whatever I show in the video, I will present to you all the code at the end of the video. Then you can practice it, and then you will have homework exercises. Each topic will have 15 exercise questions. And guess what? All the videos on the channel will have multiple choice questions to test what you learned from the video, and you are going to have interview questions so that you can prepare for the interview. And as I mentioned, the exercise, classwork and homework. Amazing, right? You might be thinking, huh, if you're going to include all these things in there, how much does it cost? Guess what? You know me. All the stuff that I provide on this channel is free. It will remain free going forward as well. I won't charge anything. But what I expect from you guys is to give your 100%. Okay, when you start enrolling into one of my course, I expect you to spend many hours um, and learn everything there is. We'll track more in detail. I will have an introduction video where I am going to talk about how to utilize that course and how your schedule should look like, how many hours I expect you to uh, prepare and etc. We'll discuss in depth there, but just wait for it. I'm already making it the beginner course. I already outlined it. I'm waiting to record it. So expect that course within the next 1 month. Let me know in the comments if you are looking forward to it. Based on how many people are looking forward to it, I will try to hurry it and record it and upload it as soon as I can. All right. That being said, let's continue with this one. You're looking for one goal. It's not the Trump's big goal, but if you are looking for one goal where you can centralize controls across accounts, as soon as you see one big bill, what is the answer? Organizations consolidated billing. We just discussed consolidated billing. It consolidates multiple accounts bills into one bill. Correct? This provides consolidated billing and centralized guardrails or controls. Best on-demand use case. If you have to use on-demand, is it instances? What is the best use case? Well, if your load is short-term and it is unpredictable, and you want to use an instance for a month for QA without commitments, then you would go for on-demand. It's as simple as that. You want to visualize or manage costs over time. We just discussed. If you want to visualize, as soon as you see visualize costs, what is it? Cost Explorer. This graphs costs and usage by service, by tag, and time range with forecasts. You want strategic planning plus IAM and real-time support. Which support plan do you have to choose? Well, these are only available with enterprise support. You know, the TAM, the technical account manager, and infrastructure event management. This particular support plan covers both these needs. Again, one bill for many accounts, AWS organizations consolidated billing, no other option. Plans with TAM, again, technical account manager, which plans gives you access to them? Only one does, which is enterprise on-ramp and enterprise support. These are kind of same, but these two gives you access to the TAM. But why do we need a time for proactive guidance, for reviews, and escalation paths? Remember, business support does not include time, only enterprise does. You workload for 1 year, stability workload, and cheapest is these are savings plans. Right? 1 year, which provides significant discounts. Track cloud cost by department or project. How do you do that? Well, with tagging, of course. You can tag based on department, project. You can even tag based on service as well. There are so many tags you can put in there. And how do you do that? Using cost allocation tags. Simple, every service at the end will have a tag section. You create your own tag, like you will have department as the key and finance as the top. And then using the cost allocation tags, you can see for all finance department what are the resources that you are using and etc. This activates the tags in the billing console and they flow into Cost Explorer and the cost and usage report so you can slice and attribute spend precisely. Remember, consolidated billing aggregates the bills. It doesn't do those. And budgets, it puts alerts on thresholds like limit this particular service usage to $100 whatnot. We already discussed if you want all the checks, full checks at the lowest cost, what is it? Business. Right? Business support unlocks full set of checks. Even enterprise does it, but enterprise is costlier than business. We are looking for the lowest class plan, which is the business support. How do you estimate AWS spend? Again, before you migrate, if you want to estimate, you use pricing calculator. Again, 1 year, no interruption web server. What is it? Reserved instances. If you do full upfront, it is going to be more cheaper than partial upfront. But up to you. You don't pick the spot. Or it said no interruption, so spot is not an answer. For temporary, people cannot stop mid-burst workload. As soon as you see temporary, it is going to be on demand. And since they said cannot stop, it's going to be on demand. If it is stoppable, then you will pick spot instances. Now, to track cost per department environment app. What did I say? Tags. You can tag the department app or environment. That's what the tag resources cost allocation tags is used for. If you want to central governance and billing at scale, you know the answer, which is using organizations consolidated billing. Remember stateful EC2 workload, stateful. Remember they said stateless and stateful. Stateless means they can be interrupted. Stateful means they cannot be interrupted, which is reserved instances again. Optimize unused EC2 capacity. How do you optimize it? By using this. They said stateless, remember? Unused EC2 capacity is what is available through the bidding through, as I mentioned, right? Uh, Spot instances are nothing but it is unused AWS unused EC2 capacity they give you for cheap. Since they said stateless, it's going to be spot instances. One bill for multiple accounts, you know it, consolidated billing. 1 year always on right size to DB, max savings again, reserved instances. Get cost alerts, budgets, what the enterprise support concierge concierge team does. Concierge, I think it has to do with billing and etc. This handles billing and account inquiries. Any inquiries you have about these, you go with the concierge team, not the architecture team. 3 year uninterrupted simulation at lower cost, reserved instances or savings plan. Free EC2 right sizing recommendations. It said free. Remember that. You can do that with Cost Explorer. Looks at historical usage and suggests smaller types or series. Biggest discount for interruptible. As soon as you see the word interruptible, it is spot instances. Launch third-party IDS. And third party, we discussed about this in one of the topic. The answer is a marketplace to deploy third-party security appliances like IDS, IPS, WAFs, firewalls, AMIs, container SaaS. Any third party, go with AWS Marketplace. Share or sell custom AMIs, again marketplace, right? Buy third party software, same thing, again marketplace. And you need a community where you can see the best practices for AWS at Q&A video. There is something called AWS Repost. It's a no cost community forum. Ask or answer questions and read articles. Go check it out. It's interesting. You will see articles coming up all the time from AWS explaining different technologies. So, guess what? That's about it. If you followed the video from the beginning to the end, watch it again and again until you feel comfortable. Right? Again, this is not our 20-hour, 30-hour video, right? So I would recommend you to watch this video multiple times until you feel comfortable. So what I would recommend is watch this video 2 3 times. Then the fourth time, the first slide anyways doesn't have the answer, right? So look at that, whatever I mentioned like this, and then answer it, and then check your answer on the next slide. Okay. That being said, um, as I mentioned, if you want other exams as well, then let's make the subscriber count to take it to 5,000. Then you can expect these kind of videos for other exams. Okay, awesome. And if you were following this video from the beginning, then I can guarantee you that with that kind of dedication, without skipping watching this video, with that dedication, I can guarantee you that you will pass the exam. Okay, all the best once again. Do let me in the comments if you have any questions. um Anything else. See you on the other side. Let me know once you pass the exam. I will be happy to hear you passing the exam using this content. See you in the next video. Have a great day. Peace out. Love you all.